last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Come on, bro. Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I see a lot of people in here. Hey Lori, good to see you. Mally Cat, Anne. We have Baba Rose here, Panda Bear's mom. Good to see all of you guys. We have Connie S. And Connie, thank you so much for watching the replay. I went to comment back to you and then I got pulled in another direction, so I apologize, but thank you so much for watching the replay. And I'm sorry if you guys don't get the notifications all the time. I don't know, YouTube does that sometimes, I think, and I don't think it's anything on like my end or your end or anything like that. I think it's just YouTube, something like maybe a glitch or something like that. Hey Rob Beanie, good to see you. Hey Forrest. And then we have let's see, I saw Marley Goff. Good to see Marley. Love horses. Hey, Margaret. Margaret, good to see you. And Charlie, I don't know why. I don't think they have a lot of other, they don't really have anything better to do, right? It's lazy. But that's the only explanation I could give, because Sebastian is who matters. Hey, Troopers Mom, good to see you. Good to see everybody coming in. Welcome in, everyone. And so today we're going to talk about this bizarre footage that came from storm footage, right? So there was a lot of tornadoes going on all over the place, right? So there were tornadoes in Mississippi, there were tornadoes in Missouri, and somehow this footage was picked up, right? So somebody sent me this picture of Sebastian, it looked like, right? And I'm like, what is this? Is this a sighting? Is this real? What is this? And so, hey, Canadian True Crime, good to see you. And so I, of course, I take it and put it in my software, like usual, but I wanted to check it out, right? Because it was a very uncanny resemblance. Do I think that it's Sebastian? I think it's a doppelganger. I think it's somebody that is a twin. It looks like him. We all have kind of people that we resemble out there, right? So and I wanted to get a closer look, though, because I think it's important. I did send it over to be looked at by authorities, and so and I will shout out to Dog's Team, because anytime I have reached out to Dog's Team, they have reached back out to me and let me know that they received it and acknowledged it. So I really appreciate that, because that's not always the outcome that you get, right? So and they're a big company, and I appreciate them reaching back out and just allowing me to know that it was received. So today I want to go over this, but then I also want to go over the phone call again, because I have some more things with the phone call. And I know that when I uploaded the phone call last time, I had it on double speed. So it was kind of like really, really, yes, exactly, Miss Lori, thank you. And so I had it on double speed and things like that. I didn't want to kind of leave it that way for us to discuss. So I think I wanted to go ahead and go over that again. But I think it's one of those things where at the very least, we know that this guy worked with Chris, right? Or he is some sort of a supervisor over him, a boss, or he could be a coworker, right? But we know that Heather PI got his phone number from some guy at the job site, right? And we hear about him in the phone call at the end, because the guy's mad that he was that he gave her the phone number out, or he seems like annoyed, because he asks, where'd you get my phone number? And Heather's like, oh, I got it from somebody, but I didn't get their name. I didn't even ask what their name was, and they didn't tell me. And then he was like, well, I bet you it was Thomas. And then he said something about Thomas being, like a foul, that man's very foul. But so just so you know, it is a trigger warning, and, a warning for like language content, because it's the beginning of the call and the end of the call are the worst of it. He does swear a lot, but he does say a lot of like unsavory things about what he thinks happened to Sebastian. If we're to believe him that Sebastian was being harbored by someone, because at the very least, I think this person knows Chris, because that's where Heather, kind of the path that she went down to find this person was through his work and things like that. So either way, I do believe that it's a person that Chris talked to, not necessarily a boss, but he could be, and just somebody that seems to have been coached a little bit by Chris on what to say. And that's just my opinion on that. But I wanted to go over it with you guys again, because it's kind of weird if Sebastian's in Missouri, which I don't think he is. Again, guys, it would be a huge fluke, right, if this was Sebastian, because, let me turn off my fan here. I know it bugs some people to have it on. I thought I turned it off. Okay, there we go. But either way, I wanted to go over this because, it really looks like Sebastian, obviously, and I know a lot of people think it does. And a lot of people say like 100% no, you know, and that is fine too, because I really want to know what you all think all the time, to help me out. Now, this is Bridgeton, right? And I called it Bridgerton one time, but it's Bridgeton, Missouri. It is a suburb of St. Louis. So in the bigger cities, you'll have little suburbs around the city, right? And so it is more of a metropolitan kind of area, but definitely suburbs. Where's the picture that I took? So I went to Google and just kind of, because they gave the exact intersection that they were reporting from. The local news did. And here is kind of that area, right? So we have Scott Street, and then we have Bernadetta Street. And you can see how they intersect, right? And then all of these are little houses around, right? And these are little side streets. So you'll see that a lot in the burbs, you know, if anybody that lives out in the suburbs, or if you ever have. I lived in the south suburbs of Chicago, so I'm very familiar with this kind of a situation. I actually, when I'd go to St. Louis, it reminded me a lot of Chicago. You know, just kind of museums, different things to do. This is near a park, a big park. So either way, this is the intersection that this news happened, and there was a bad tornado. There was a down tree, down power lines, and they were doing a story on the person who lived in the house. It was their grandmother's house, but they were living there. Grandma was in a retirement home for a short while, maybe getting some help, you know, with her health, and they were staying at her house. But then all of a sudden, this little boy walks by. I think he looks a little younger than Sebastian. That's my opinion. Now, we have to remember that Sebastian is growing for a year now. He has been growing for a year, right? So our Sebastian is 16 years old now, guys, just to let you know. So this guy looks a little younger. I'm just going to say that. Now, does he have the same hair color? Yes. Does he appear to have similar glasses on? Yes. Does he have green on? Holy shit. Yes, he does have green on. That was another thing that was like, wow, that's pretty ironic and strange, right? And then he also has about the same height as Sebastian, same build, right? So very similar, and they walk very similarly as well. It really reminds me a lot. This is the intersection, guys, just a close-up Google Street Map view of it. It really reminds me a lot of, you know, the sighting that we saw at Grandfather Mountain. I thought a lot of that person's mannerisms, that young man, his mannerisms were a lot like Sebastian, right? Because we've seen Sebastian kind of holding his hand over before, and kind of like that's, you know, his comfortable position. We all have comfortable positions that we like to sit in, and things like that. So, you know, that was very similar. It looked like the similar build, right? His hair was darker, not the same person, right? It wasn't Sebastian. It turned out to be somebody else. And I will say, the video that I did with the Texas Roadhouse versus this video, it is, I will say it's probably a trigger warning, because it is very sad to me, because I wish it was Sebastian. You know what I mean? I really wish it was. And when I was watching it, it just like, it was like, why can't it just be him, and we can go get him from Missouri? Somebody go get him right now. And that's the hardest part about watching this, I think. This one I filtered out a little bit, guys. So taking the Texas Roadhouse picture, which is the most recent picture, I took the Texas Roadhouse footage because it's the most recent footage. And I just did a side-by-side, you know, just to kind of show you guys. So there that is. And it is an uncanny resemblance. Hey, Rogue. Good to see you, Rogue. You know, we don't know it's not Sebastian, Charlie. We don't know that. That's why, you know, I sent it over, and then I also did some kind of comparisons too, just to kind of show that way, if it sparks somebody's interest. I believe that whenever tips are sent over, they are looked at to the fullest. I really do. So hopefully that's the case here, because like I said, I'm giving a lot of reasons why it really could be Sebastian just based on looking at it, right? So I'm not discounting it 100%, but I can't say that I do think it is when I don't really think it is him. I just think he look a little older right now. I think he would be a little bit more mature, but that doesn't mean that it's not him. Maybe he hasn't changed a whole lot in a year. People go through spurts, especially when we're that age. So Rob Beanie, somebody sent me, and I didn't upload it because I didn't have enough room, but somebody sent me the screenshot for a Ninja Turtle costume, and it looks like either a Ninja Turtle costume to me or a Naruto. I always say it wrong. Naruto. I just saw Naruto a bank when I was at Walmart on the Sunday, and I was over in the electronics section, and they sell all of like the anime and stuff like that. And I did see that Naruto bank, and I do remember him wearing more of like yellow and black. And so, but that doesn't mean it wasn't like a different costume like that, or pajamas too. I was thinking he might have been walking around in one of those pajamas, like full suit or whatever they call it, like for, the older people. Yeah, exactly, Forrest. It's almost like he came out and get in the camera's sight, like, because it's just weird how he comes into play. It really is. They're focusing on the house behind um, where Sebastian walks, right? So he just kind of walks right in front of them. And typically, whenever you see the news, because when I was living in Missouri, they do come out a lot and do those kinds of things, especially like I had lived across the street from the school, and they would come out all the time and just like film in front of the school. And so like I would always go around of them if I was walking, or walking your dogs or something like that. So yeah, it does kind of it's kind of eerie that he would walk like right in between of everything that's going on, because typically you would kind of walk behind it or around it somehow. So that's a really good point. Thank you. And Couponing said, did you share the video with Seth? I don't have a direct way of getting a hold of Seth. That's why I always just send it over to Dog, because I know that it'll get to him. I know that they work really closely with Seth and make sure that he is informed of everything. But I wish I could email him directly, and I would have sent it to him, because law enforcement, I think, needs to know first, and then the parents, you know what I mean? And there's no way, I don't have any way of getting a hold of Chris or Katie either. So just to put that out there, to be fair. But because like I said, this could be like what this came from. And I'm sorry guys, when my fan kicked on, it kind of kicked off my train of thought. But the footage is actually from like the storm damage. So they're surveying the storm damage, reporting on it, and all of a sudden Sebastian walks through, right? Allegedly, this person who looks very much like him. And then the next thing you know, they're back on to, what they're talking about. So he just kind of goes by super fast. It was probably like a 2 or 3 second clip, and then I slowed it all the way down. So it turned it into like a 10-second clip. But it's super fast. If you blink, you might miss it, is how fast it kind of comes in, as fast as he comes and goes. And you can see him swinging his arm back and forth. So how like whenever we're walking and we start kind of power walking, right, our arms swing back and forth. The one thing is it seems like only one of his arms in this is moving back and forth that fast, which is kind of different. Also, it's hard to tell with the Texas Roadhouse footage since his hands are in his pockets. But and they weren't walking at a very fast pace at the roadhouse. It was busy, so it wasn't like you're just going to be able to, go straight forward in and out or anything like that. It was a busy night. So I think that's another reason. And then also, I think the videos have been slowed down a little bit that were put out of the Texas Roadhouse. So it's kind of hard to tell. And gauge the speed, because this kiddo is walking pretty fast across the road. And then you have Sebastian, who's walking with his mom, walking not so fast, right? And possibly slowed down. Thank you, Lori, for having people hit the thumbs up. And Prayer Warrior says they checked in the boy at GM and another boy in Virginia. I think so. They'll probably check this boy out too. Yeah, just to be safe. I mean, you never know. And the lovely part about this news clip is it tells exactly like where this person was. It tells the intersection. We saw it. I pulled it up for you guys. And so it'd be easier to find him in that little suburb area, or bigger. Well, it's probably not even a little suburb. Looks like a lot of houses, right? And just kind of suburban life and stuff like that. So I hope they do Prayer Warrior. And, I hope it is him. I really do, because like I said, it was so sad, like watching the Texas Roadhouse footage, knowing that's the last footage we have, and watching a comparison of somebody that looks like a spitting image, right? It's hard to tell because the camera is not focusing on his face. The camera is focusing on the home behind, where the home behind him. So when he comes in, it's really fast, and then it's a little bit grainy. But I did try to put these up at the highest resolution, and then the ones that I uploaded to YouTube, and then the ones that I sent over to the tips email. So, and then I also emailed a couple of different little things over there pertaining to the gray car, because somebody had emailed them to me and asked me to, who lives in another country. And I thought that was really neat that they screenshotted those and asked me to get those over. So I did that. So they know who they are. I don't like to put people out there because it's kind of a creepy situation right now, but in the same way, they know who they are. And so thank you so much for sending that to me, and let's work together, and that's great. And so Trooper's mom says, this is such a coincidence. I know, and we always say there's no coincidences in true crime, but look at us. A lot of coincidences. I did this mileage from Memphis to St. Louis, 4 hours and 44 minutes. From St. Louis to Hendersonville, 4 hours and 33 minutes. And then back, when KP did this, 17 hours RV pickup adventure. See, wow, Trooper's mom, that's really smart analysis. So I appreciate that, kind of breaking those time frames down. And see, it's really something when I think about how Chris was saying that it would have taken him that long, because he knows that people who have campers know, and the fifth wheels, yes, they're a little bit different than a pull behind. Yes, they're a little bit different than an RV. The RV drives it. It's all attached and you drive it, right? But he's not fooling. I mean, there's a lot of people that have those and know the convenience and and understand that's why they have something like that, because it's just a fun way to go take a vacation. You don't need a hotel. You got your own place. Typically, you stay at these parks. They have pools. They have things to do. It's family oriented. It's you feel safe there. All of these things. And he doesn't think that we are smart enough to figure it out. It's weird. And Margaret says, just don't get your hopes up too much until we know for sure, because we don't want to be heartbroken so much if it ain't him. Yeah, exactly, Margaret. Thank you for saying that. That's the hardest part about watching that video together, guys. So I did want to say that because it's just tough to watch it, and it's just like, how come it can't be him? Like, wouldn't it be awesome if it was? And see, I'm very skeptical Um, but that doesn't mean that I'm right. You know what I mean? It's just that I'm skeptical. And so I do try to think that way too, Margaret, where I'm like, I don't want to get my hopes up too much. And then I get sad because I'm like, man, if it was him, we could just go get him, and, Seth can have him and his mom could have him and hug him, and they could be, working on a future, right, of resolution and things like that. So, um, and Tripper's mom says, thinking he gave Sebastian to his mommy power socks, just saying, well, and it's very possible, and the thing is my problem that I kind of run into when I'm theorizing is that, there's multiple properties that he could have been taken to, that they may have not had a chance to look into or known to look into right off the bat. So they could have had him somewhere, and someone could have picked him up and taken him somewhere again. And then also, like I said, this guy was hell bent on the fact that Sebastian got picked up a mile away from his home, and he was saying that he was on Reddit and all these things, but he wasn't pointing fingers, right, necessarily at anyone in the family. Like, he wasn't saying, oh, I think his dad did it. He wasn't saying, I think Katie did something or Chris did. He said, I think he was on the internet talking to people and somebody picked him up, right? And so, which, I mean, then Heather says, well, there was no footage of that, right? And we didn't get any footage. And then he goes, well, the dogs picked up a scent a mile away. So somebody told him that the dogs picked up a scent a mile away, because he was adamant about that. He's like, look, I'm telling you, my kid was on Reddit and he ran away, and he's going on and on about his kid that ran away from Reddit, and thank God his kid was safe, right? Because I mean, that is scary if people are telling kids to run away off of Reddit. That's scary. He sounded sincere, when he said that. I mean, maybe he wasn't, but he said his kiddo ran away, and it was because somebody told him to do it on the internet. The internet can be very dangerous. It really can, Hey, couponing. Christina says, strange, the ears look the same. I noticed the ears as well. Yes, I agree with that. And, I'm glad we have the side view. I also think, like, his jawline here is the same. I really do. I really do. I think I think this sighting or, doppelganger of Sebastian's is more similar than any of the other ones I've ever seen, because that's what I'm trying to do, is match up those facial features, and it's really close on his build too, right? Really close on something he would like to wear too. It looks like that would be something, Sebastian would like to wear. It's green. It looks like it's comfy, warm. It looks like there's a hoodie on it, right? So, definitely looks like something he would wear. Yeah, and Dee Marie says, I don't think it's him. Yeah, and I've gotten a lot of the, really great comments today on the video. So thank you guys so much. And honestly, there's a lot of people that think that. So it's like, it's hard to tell. It really is. And then I have people that are like, oh, wow, that is a very uncanny resemblance. And I think I'm on, both. I really do. I think it's an uncanny resemblance, but I'm thinking it's not him. And I don't know if it's because I'm so skeptical, or if it's just because I'm guarding my heart, something like that. But I think there's a lot of evidence, to support it. But so I'm gonna, kind of present that out to you guys too. But then also let you know, honestly, I don't think it is. And I wish it was. I wish it was. Rabini says, Rock Lee is a character that wears green from Naruto. Rock Lee. Okay, thanks, Rabini. I was trying to figure out what costume it was, because it doesn't quite look like a Ninja Turtle. And then also this emblem, I didn't recognize the emblem. I mean, it could be something new though, because I haven't watched Ninja Turtles, since the original ones. Those are the ones that I know about, or the video game Ninja Turtle video game. So I mean, like, I'm old school, turtles. And Barbara Rose says, can we see the video? Yes, ma'am. I have 2 videos. I have the one is going to be with the kind of comparison of, let's see, which one did I put? Okay, here we go. And I try to do it at the highest resolution. So I'm going to play this one first, and then I'll play the second one next, because they're only 3-minute clips. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Today I was sent a photo that was a possible Sebastian sighting in Bridgeton, Missouri on March 15th, 2025. Now this is footage from the news station there, Channel 5, and it's going over the storm damage that happened in that area. And I'm praying for everyone who has experienced storm damage or who has had to weather out the storm. They can be very, very scary. But I wanted to do a brief comparison just to show you all what I was shown. And I went to the original source of the news video that it came from. Be sure to stick around till the end of the video to see what I think. Let's watch.
To Brent Solomon, who is live in Bridgeton for us tonight. And Brent, what are you seeing out there?
Neighbors helping neighbors, and I tell you what, folks in this community really need it right now. It's a very similar story that we're seeing in many neighborhoods right now. Downed power lines, damage on homes, and tree limbs on the street. Take a look at the Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of this home right here. I just spoke with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when that tree came.
Now watch closely. This is where I slowed the video all the way down to watch a young man crossing the street, which appears to be a doppelganger of Sebastian's. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this young man is Sebastian. He does look a lot like him, and I wanted to do a comparison so you can see that. I also wanted to point out something that I found out while I was doing some further research on Bridgeton, Missouri. Bridgeton, Missouri is the second ring suburb of St. Louis, Missouri. And it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that Sebastian would be there, but I did think it was worthy of showing, and I am going to turn in this sighting just in case. Now, I do find it odd that we see a street called Gallatin Lane right next to Bridgeton. What do you all think? Let me know in the comments. I can't wait to see all of you tonight. I love you all so much. Have a great day, and we will chat about this and other news in the Sebastian Rogers case on my live tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern. Let's all keep praying that Sebastian
the Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of this home right here. I just spoke with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when that tree came crashing down into the home.
Okay, guys, so that was how quick that last piece was, right? He just walked across the street and he was out of sight. But he definitely walked in front of the camera. And I wanted to say thank you to Slim Shady 82, and then hi to Christy, welcome in, and then Forget Me Not. Also Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I'm not sure why he's walking by himself. You know, a lot of times when you live in the Midwest and right after a storm, like everybody comes out of their houses, right? And they're trying to survey the damage, see if there was any damage to the home and, you know, their cars. People are walking around helping their neighbors. And so I don't think it's so odd that this young man's walking by himself. He does look to be about probably like 13, 14 to me. He looks a little younger than Sebastian. And hey, Meganels, I know Meganels, that was like, I mean, that video is so hard because like, it's like it looks just like him, in my opinion, right? It really does. And I just wish that oh, Lori, I'm sorry. I know like, I mean, it's uncanny. It's uncanny. Yeah, he does, Deborah. That's a good point. He does. And he wore a breastplate because he had like a protruding rib cage, right? And so they were trying to correct it. And so he was supposed to have worn that, but then he didn't like wearing it. Seth said, you know, he didn't hey, Cinderella. Yes, they have. They received it earlier today. I sent it around what was it? 1 o'clock, I believe, or 1:30, something like that. I'd have to double check because I saw it and I thought, oh gosh, that looks like Sebastian, right? And it does. It really does. Yeah, he does look like he has, I mean, like an out, it's more, you know, convex than it is concave, right? And you can visibly see it. Now he is walking with his chest out. He's walking in good posture, right? This young man is. The way that they, their gait, I should say, is very similar in my opinion. And that was another thing that I thought, oh gosh, you know, yeah, I know. I won't doubt it. Megan knows. She says, "This is a good message." There we go. Yes, girl, don't doubt it. Hold on to hope. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing that I think that we do need to hold on to hope. I do because you know, that's all we have right now, right? Is the hope that could be him. I bet they were flooded with this today from everyone on YouTube. Well, I know a lot of people turned it in. I do know that. And then I also know, but they got back to me, Lil Redo. So even though they were flooded, they had they're on it, right? Let's just put it, I mean, I can't put it really any other way besides they're on it. And I'm confident in saying that because, you know, that this is the first time I've ever turn something in like this for Sebastian's case where I've gotten, you know, got it, you know what I mean? Acknowledged, received. And so that's important because, you know, communication just with everyday life, it's super important, right? For all of us to know kind of where things are, right? And how can we do that without proper communication? So go at night, go dogs team. Thank you. Because, you know, I've had a double shot of espresso, but I'm very high energy because of that, because I feel good about it, right? And it's hard to feel good about some of these things that we're seeing. And then also the video, that video, I did post it on too, so you can see the big version of it. It's a short, just so you guys know if you want to go over and watch it. And then I linked the other video to the short because that was the easiest way to kind of drive traffic from the short to the other video. That way you guys just can click that little link in the short and you guys could be taken to the other video. So they're both like 3 minutes long, but just and YouTube just directed me to do a short on it. And I did do another short in case anybody else wants to share that video. That's a short, right? Because it doesn't have the music in the background. And if it's copyrighted music, which I do use, and I pay to use it, then the other creators can't use it really unless they can find something to go over it or, drown it out some way. But if anybody does want to share it, please do, because I think it's really important that we get awareness out there, that there may be somebody that looks like Sebastian. And I don't want to bombard anybody in the neighborhood or make anybody feel uncomfortable, or feel like their child is in danger or anything like that. But I think that it's important that we know exactly where the sighting is, and it can be debunked or confirmed very easily, knowing the exact intersection, knowing where this neighborhood is, and hopefully we can get a straight answer and find out, and especially Seth. Seth needs to know that. Katie needs to know that. And Slim Shady 82 says there was 2 other possible sightings, one in Utah, another in Colorado. I'm wondering is he going back to Tennessee if it's him? I mean, I would think so. Yeah, I would think that they would probably have him go back to Seth, is my guess, because that's where he was going to be anyway, right after the school year. So that is my best guess. I don't know if there would be a change of heart, because, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I would imagine that's why. That would be my thought process anyway. Because why wouldn't he just go to his dad's? They were having issues at the home and stuff like that, and that's just my train of thought. Yes, perfectly and perfect boy, mom. I did. I know, Gallatin. How weird was that, Rug? That was another thing that was so strange to me, that we saw this. There was there's a lot of coincidences in here. So for anybody that watches true crime a lot, it's kind of unnerving, right? It's just like a weird feeling to have, because it's like, we always say there's no coincidences, but here we see several coincidences that are very in your face. You know what I mean? How do you not, when I was just looking and I'm zooming into the map, what is this area of the St. Louis suburbs, blah, blah, blah. Because like I said, I've been to St. Louis several times, but very interesting. Thanks, Marion, for the green hearts. And I am too, Deborah. I am too. I'm hoping, guys. I really am. And thank you, Megan Els, too, for bringing that up, because it is something to be hopeful for, right? It's a piece of information that we don't always get that hopeful feeling of when we see a lot of this information. So, and Prayer Warrior says, my theory wasn't a positive outcome after Seth's live. I decided to hope, and my hope has just grown since then. Oh, Prayer Warrior, that's wonderful. And yeah, and the one thing that I think is awesome about Seth, because I'm gonna reply. I got a message today, a comment, and it was an interesting comment where the commenter was pointing out that they thought that all 3 parents were involved, right? And that is a theory, all 3 are involved, right? We've seen that theory floating around, and all theories, I think, are valid to look into, right? So I have looked into that theory. I really have pretty extensively. And I do agree that none of it makes sense. That was one thing with the commenter. I wanted to let them know, I agree with you. It does not make any sense. It's very hard to kind of figure out what's going on here. And then there's a lot of other twists and turns, right? Because even when I feel like I'm on a path of presenting things to you, even today, we weren't going to be talking about this, right? But then all of a sudden I'm pulled into down that rabbit hole, and I wouldn't be doing justice if I didn't go down every rabbit hole that I had a feeling, or I thought something was too similar to overlook, right? But do I think all three are involved? No, I don't. And the reason why is because Seth is always very much holding on to hope. He's very genuine. I don't know of many instances where I can think of that Seth just outright lied to lie, right? Or lied about his whereabouts, or wouldn't give out information when asked. Those are the big differences, right? That is the big difference. The vigils, when he holds the vigils, he was the only parent that went and received the honorary award. Because this person was really thinking too that the men may have been the ones that planned everything and carried this out. And again, I would have to respectfully disagree with that, because I think that I think Seth was anticipating and happy that Sebastian would be coming to live with him. I know that there were some changes that Sebastian probably didn't wasn't too excited or happy for, but it would be a transition, right? Everything is a transition, especially for someone with autism. Their routine is everything, and when their routine is different, and he was liking going to school and interacting with people there, and then for him to have to do the at-home schooling, very different, right? Very, very, very different. And so, you know, do I think that like Chris and Seth were involved together? No, I don't. I don't. But I appreciate the comment, and I understand that everybody's going to have their own theories. You know, and I respect every one of them. And it is so confusing. Like, we don't know what to think. I mean, a lot of us don't know what to think. Most of the time I don't know what to think. So, Connie S says, let it be Sebastian, please. Oh, thank you, Connie. And Cinderella says they don't get back to you really fast. They did get back to me really fast. Yeah, they did. They did. It was very nice. Yeah, are you excited too, Slim Shady? That's good. Yeah, and it is good news. It's something hopeful that we can you know, that we can hope for and we can pray for, you know, and every day we need to be praying for Sebastian to come home safe, you know. Marion, this is very exciting after all this BS. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that too. Y'all, I feel like I saw a ghost seeing that. Oh my goodness. I know. Well, it is just a very eerie feeling, especially seeing the videos side by side, because they're so similar. I mean, I can't deny it, you know. Even when I first like saw the photo, I like poo-pooed it, you know. I'm like, no. And then I was like, well, his ears do look alike, and I was like, and you know, his jawline is similar, and I said the hair color looks a lot like it was at the Roadhouse, you know, because I'm trying to keep that picture in my mind of Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, right? His mannerisms, his you know, the way that he walks, his hand in his pocket. You know, that was one thing that stood out to me. And then you know, when he put his hands in his ears, right? That was another thing that I thought, okay, you know, if you ever see somebody that's doing that, maybe because they're overstimulated, right? It's something to remember. It's important to remember their mannerisms, identifying characteristics, right? It was uncanny. I mean, I couldn't, when I started looking, and then when I went and looked up the actual video that was attached to it, right? Then I realized, I'm like, oh, okay, so this was a very short clip. He's walking past, you know, very, very eerie. And then also I did that side by side, right? And then I wanted to let you guys know, I put in like an overlay that I put, and it was like isolation, right? And it was just kind of like, that way you can kind of see it, not really one on top of each other, but just like side by side. And so I tried to do that as well, just to kind of paint a better picture for you all. Uh, well, it's just if it you see in my thing if it is Sebastian, how like strange is it that we would see him in footage from a storm, surveying a storm or after a storm? Um, how weird is that we would just see this 2-second clip and it was him? That is just my thought process, that I think it's just so wild that I can't believe it. Like, it's very strange. Thanks, Lori. Oh, okay. Oh, Trooper's mom, thank you. Lady sent you an email. There is a Troubled Teens Wilderness program in Bridgeton, Missouri. Oh, mind blown. Oh my goodness. Oh, 1 second, guys. Let me just skip this. Okay, sorry about that. It kicks me off all the time. Okay, so oh wow. Okay, thanks, analyst. Sorry, I just got this one. Analyst too. Oh, Trooper's mom, I didn't get it yet. Hold on, let me take a look. Okay. That one. Okay, here we go. Just bear with me, guys, 1 second. Awesome, Shady. Okay, yeah, it says top wilderness programs in Bridgeton, Missouri are specialized therapeutic programs that use the natural outdoor environment as a foundation for emotional and behavioral growth, redirection. Put a troubled teen or young adult in the wilderness and everything changes. The distraction of a typical camper is gone when in the wilderness. No cell phones, no Facebook, no negative peers, no normal escape. That's weird. That's weird. I wouldn't send my kid there. Okay, I'm sorry. And not to say that people that are trying to help their kids, I didn't want that to be said the wrong way, but I don't. That's weird. I think I'm very turned off to those programs after hearing like some of the things that happened on like even the programs that Dr. Phil was sending kids to, and then Paris Hilton did her documentary a few years back and talking about Provo, Utah, and her just getting like taken out of her bed in the middle of the night, and like her parents were just like, she's wild, she's out of control and she needs to go, and like they took her, and the distractions that make it the distractions that make it difficult for parents and therapeutic professionals to reach a troubled youth. Do not follow him or her into the wilderness. Therapy Insider represents the top wilderness therapy programs in Bridgeton, Missouri area. Let us help get your struggling child enrolled today. Wow. Is your family in crisis? Wow. Okay, and it's Christ-centered, right? So, wow. Although it's possible that the best wilderness program for youth may be located outside the area of Bridgeton, Missouri, these leading treatment programs are dedicated to struggling teenagers from all over the country. So, wow, okay. Also, the professional consultants at Therapy Insider recommend to have at-risk adolescents receive guidance away from the negative influences of unsupportive peers. Wilderness platform is appropriate for many troubled teens' problems. There is no typical student profile, but one common theme often runs through the lives of teens and young adults who respond well to wilderness experience. These have difficulty coping with life's challenges healthily and productively, essentially youth with low coping skills and lack of mature emotional responses to stress. Conflict and adversity do very well in the wilderness programs. Oh, wow. So the people that they take, and they say wilderness therapy can significantly assist with the following issues and disorders. Rug abuse, addiction, including Mary Jane issues, issues related to substance use, including Mary Jane. Let's see, rebellious issues, kleptomania problems. That's a weird one to just pop in. So rebellious issues, kleptomania problems, issues one related to being bullied, problems related to food addiction, overeating, binge eating, issues related to antisocial traits, issues related to clinical depression, child abuse issues, issues related to adoption issues, issues related to anxiety, technology addiction, cell phone, social media issues. Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. Thank you, Tripper's mom. Wow. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you, Slim Shady, for saying that. I swear God never fails me. Every time I pray for reassurance that Sebastian is okay, a possible sighting pops up. Oh, that's good, Slim Shady. I'm glad. Cinderella says that there are 2 schools for autistic kids nearby, and one of them is named Churchill Center. All right, Churchill Center. Wow, that was just really, like, I can see how that program would probably, like, would fit, I guess, some of the things that they were saying that they were having issues with, even though I don't believe Sebastian had behavioral issues. We'll just put that out there. Meganell says he was on foot. It was dark, so he was walking close by where he's living. Yeah, yeah, and exactly. And the thing is too is, like, I know a lot of people do that. Like, I know they, like, walk around outside. Um I don't know where Miss Sassy T is. Miss Sassy Frass. I don't know where she is. Deborah says, "Can you replay that footage?" Yeah, for sure. Sure thing. Sure thing. Give me 1 second here. This one.
the Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of this home right here. I just spoke with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when that tree came crashing down into the home.
Okay, guys, so I agree, love horses. A lot can change from, 15 to 16. And also we know that he was going through a growth spur and was getting facial hair, according to both of his parents saying that. So I definitely believe it. And then also just wanted to say hey to Tanya. I'm glad that it makes you hopeful, Tanya. It's good to see you here. And then also wanted to say hi to Tony Fire. That was funny. Tony, that was so hilarious. Hello, Cruel World. I think you get up early. It's early for you right now, isn't it? And then Southern Soul and True Crime says the hair is not as blonde. And I think it is a tad different, right? You can kind of see it. And then also in the photo, that's from inside the Texas Roadhouse. So that then the other kiddo is outside in a darker area, but there's lights too from, the news anchors. So it's really hard to tell, but I agree. The boy in the green has a little bit darker hair than Sebastian in the Texas Roadhouse picture. And then Meganelle's Lori lives 4 hours away from Hendersonville, and she lives in Freeburg, Illinois. So B-U-R-G, B-U-R-G, Illinois. So that's possible that, it was weird that she was there so quickly. Yeah, well, yeah, storms would, it would be, it's just wild too. Yeah, but Prayer Warrior says storms make sense to me. So many things happen during a severe storm. Well, and it is weird, like Forrest said, that he just walked right out in front of that camera. It would be yes, Pink Warrior, good to see you. It would be so good and strange. I agree. And Lil Redo says, for me, the people would have him, would not let him walk around freely. Just a thought, if they know. Yeah, he was, exactly. If they know he's missing and stuff like that, yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't, especially right in front of a camera. Because even though it's a very short clip, people see it, right? People are on the lookout. So, it is very interesting. Oh, good. Couponing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Because, yeah, I really want him to be able to see it. And I'm sure if Dog's team has it, they're showing it. They're probably looking into it. And I think it broke earlier today, or maybe even late last night. And so it's very possible that because I know Smiley's story told me she sent it over too, as soon as she saw it. So yeah, that picture was turned in the day that it was taken. Yeah, and it's being investigated. Yeah, it's being, they got right back to me too, TJ. When I sent it in, they were right on it. They were like, we got it, thank you. Guess we'll have to be patient. Yes, Slim Shady, we do. We have to be patient and see what the authorities in Bridgeton say. Yeah, absolutely. And at least we can pinpoint a area. That's the best part. When I heard that, I was like, oh, perfect. That's exactly in the spot that, we can go look. It's not somewhere in St. Louis, because somewhere in St. Louis would be oh gosh. And Rogue says, in my opinion, that boy looks a little younger than Sebastian Rogers. I agree, Rogue. I would have a celebration at my house if it turns out to be him. Aw, Rogue, that's so sweet of you. Yeah, guys, it would be amazing. Prayer Warrior says Troubled Teen Home is something I've thought about for months. I believe they are known for taking the kids during the night, leaving their shoes so they can't run away, in my opinion. Like, that's what happened to Paris Hilton, right? So she's like in her bed, right? Because, and she does admit in her, and like, guys, whenever we're young, we're idiots, right? We do a lot of stupid stuff when we're young. But like, she was going out and like partying a lot, right? Because she was going to like the A-list parties and like being invited to all these like clubs and stuff like that. So her and I think it was Nicole Richie and like a bunch of those little teeny boppers, right? From the rich parents, right? They would all get together and they would go to clubs and stuff and just club hop or whatever. And the parents were getting upset with her about it, and so they were like, you can't be going out doing this and stuff like that. And so they arranged for people to come in the middle of the night and take her out of her bed. Like, she didn't know that it was happening. She just was like completely caught off guard, and they just like, yanked her out, dragged her out, and brought her to Provo, Utah, where she was abused at one of those behavioral homes for children or for troubled teens. The wilderness thing really creeps me out because, like, obviously you're in like the outdoors and there's places that you can go where people aren't going to hear you screaming for help. I mean, it's yeah, it's a creepy thought. It's a creepy thought. Especially when we know that that's kind of the avenue that they were looking into. But then Seth was like, no, I don't want him going to these places because it's not safe. And I'm seeing a lot of research where, there's kids that are being, unalived in these facilities. And Lil Redo says, I sure hope if it is him, no one from whatever, no one from wherever he was told someone he was on the news, they would move him. Sadly, who knows? Well, I bet that Ellie was the checking that out. Yeah, and they should be. Yeah, and I get what you're saying. Like, if they see that people know about it, then they're going to move him to a different location. That is very possible. That is a very big possibility. But the good thing is at least they've been looking into it, and they've been looking into it for, I do believe it was something that happened yesterday where they were alerted to it yesterday. So it did happen on March 15th, right? So that was even 4 days ago. That was the in the description of the news channel, because I got it straight from, let's see, it's KSBK. Yeah, KSBK Channel 5, St. Louis. I wonder if I could do KSB. I'll show it to you guys. And this is just the Channel 5, KSBK. Yeah, so KSDK, and I just went straight here, and it popped up with, whoopsie daisy. That was 40 minutes ago. No, I don't want that. Just scroll down here. But yeah, it said 4 days ago. So, I mean, they were probably not suspecting anybody, like, if nobody came right away. And then also, like I said, it's kind of normal for people to go out and do that after a storm happens in the suburbs. Well, I was going to show you guys the date, but that's how I pulled it off of there. Oh, here it is.
But he was home.
Yeah, see, March 15th. So, really interesting. So, yeah, so 4 days ago, 1 day ago, they were alerted. Wouldn't that be amazing considering all the coincidences? I mean, it really would be Trooper's mom. And that's the thing. It's like, there are no coincidences. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Like how many there are. It's really, but yeah, thank you for the prayer hands and hearts, guys. Yeah. Yeah. And see, and that's just like, it's crazy. It is crazy. Hey, Della. Della says, considering Ellie probably, um, uh, to that neighborhood, asked people who he is, I think it would have been debunked, announced if it wasn't him by now, right? Yeah, good point. I would think so. I would think, law enforcement would try to track him down somehow. They would kind of know each other, right? They would remember who was walking in a bright green, looking, either a costume or, maybe pajamas, possibly, because pajamas are kind of really bright and stuff like that. So I agree with that comment, Della. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's crazy. Slim, Slim Shady says, Rogue, as long as you don't have put raisins in your potato salad. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I've never heard of the Wonky Donkey before, Anne. That's cute. I bet you he would like that. And Deanna says, hey, Deanna, I was saying Bridgerton again. Bridgeton, Missouri is only 5 hours from Hendersonville. Right. It's not far off from Hendersonville either, guys. And that's another thing. It's kind of strange because there's just, it's not as far-fetched as it seems, right? And so that's why I'm on the fence, but I also, so I don't want to be like, oh heck no, it's not him. No, 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 I don't believe it. But then I also don't want to be like, oh yes, it is, but it just looks very eerily similar. And Slim Shady says, Della, true, but if people in that area can't identify the young man and haven't seen him before, it could be a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Or maybe they know him from the neighborhood and they're like, oh yeah, that's, little Johnny from down the block. No raisins in the potato salad. I know, Slim Shady. It's like you just want to just go and just grab him up and be like, are you Sebastian? Because your dad's looking for you. Your parents are looking for you. Love horses. Wow, my nerves are shot. Oh, I'm so sorry. Love horses. I know that the other video was hard to watch. Like when I was editing it, it was just like it. Bonnie says, Andrea Grande said the clinic that erases her memory, could that possibly be a reason Sebastian hasn't come forward? Just saying. You know, oh, Ariana, I got you, Andrea. Usually if they're typed in because of autocorrect, I can usually figure them out. But thanks, Bonnie, for that comment. So Ariana Grande said that the clinic that erases her memory, could that be possible? You know, trauma can do a lot of things, and it's been a whole year. So if he has been brainwashed into thinking, I know that I make a lot of comparisons with this story, but it reminds me of Stevie Stainer, right? Stevie Stainer was taken, they did a made-for-TV movie about him. He was taken on his way home from a very nasty, disgusting man who wanted to do very bad things to this little boy, and SA him, right? And that's the reason that he took him. And so he changed his hair color, and oddly enough, he had manipulated Stevie because Stevie had let him know that he was in trouble with his dad right before he was kidnapped. And he had wrote his name on the garage door, and his dad had to paint over it. And his dad was not happy, and he was in big trouble before he left. And what they did is they brainwashed him into thinking that his parents didn't love him or want him anymore, that he was bad. And I do believe that even if it wasn't something where the memory was erased, necessarily, I think that for somebody, a young kid that is impressionable, that thinks that their parents don't want them around, Chris and Katie, that can be very dangerous for a child, because they can be easily manipulated into thinking that they're not wanted. And so they're accepting the love that they think they deserve. And look at the church. Yeah, Rob Beanie, look at the church, he said. And Dallas says, wait, do we have a copy of the alternate list of options that were discussed in that email? It was on the list. My hope will actually increase. Yeah, so there was a place in Tennessee. There was a place in Missouri they were looking at. And let's see. That one was not the wilderness program. It was not the wilderness program. Bledsoe Youth Academy was the one in Gallatin. Give me a second and see if I don't have it in here. But yeah, there were 4 different ones. One was in Texas. Because that was on Mr. and Mrs. E's. And I thought I saw Mr. and Mrs. E's in here that I didn't delete. Because we've watched that one a couple of times, you know, because it's got a lot of interesting information in there about the CPS reports. It's also got information in there about the schools that were named in the email. Would have been back behind there. Churchill, another coincidence. I mean, it's just uncanny for us. It's so weird. Hey, Meow, good to see you. Sasha, good to see you. I'm thinking about with autistic children, they are susceptible to volunteering. Okay, because they want to help. They're helpers. Well, and that's one thing that Katie said, you know, Sebastian loves to help. She said that. I do too, Deanna. Couponing says, CP said you want to find Sebastian, go to church, Churchill Center. I mean, it's just weird. And that's the thing, like, he doesn't think that we kind of put these things together, you know, which is strange because there's been a lot of those instances in this case where Chris has said things like that and it turned out to be a clue. You know, him telling on himself, if you will. Oh, that's polished shirts. I don't want that. All right. See, I still have Jacoff when she was rocking that fuzzy hat. I could have sworn I saw Mr. and Mrs. E's in here the other day. Maybe it's because I have a little detective person on mine and it looks kind of like their logo. No, and see, that's all the way back when Bull. Oh, no, yeah, that's different. That's when Dog first came on. It was some kind of like a ranch in Missouri. It wasn't, and Della says, I don't think it would be a good place for him, but better than the local option that had cases of C. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I agree with that. You know, I do agree with that. It's one of those things. I just don't think that he needed the behavioral. I think that if he would have had a better home environment, he would have, those issues would have cleared themselves up, right? If he would have had more nurturing and care and love and not thinking that nobody wanted him around, not always having to be in his room away from everybody, you know, more interaction. I think it would have made a world of difference, you know. Aw, love horses. I just want to give him a hug. Slim Shady says, honestly, I think Chris was giving cryptic clues to Seth. I think he was too. I mean, especially when he's like, what are you going to do when this goes south? Like, who says that? I mean, first of all, who says that? But then also, who says that to another parent that you're co-parenting with? And then also, when your kid goes missing from your house and you say that, it's weird. It's just weird. We know, Chris has very sadistic kind of thought processes, in my opinion. And Megan L says, I showed my husband, and even he was stunned with how much this boy looks like Sebastian. Sebastian is an everyday topic in my home. Oh, my husband always asks if there's any updates. That's so sweet, Megan L. I'm so glad to hear that. I think that he's a household topic in a lot of households, because it's just, this case has really taken everybody's hearts. It just has, and Sebastian really has. Just his whole just his demeanor, the way that he is, how caring he is. It's like, how can you not care about him too? But that's so sweet that he asks about that. And the Devil's Queen says, Lady Freedom, didn't Chris say to Seth, if you wanted to find his son, go to church? Yes, ma'am, he did. Said to look up at the church, right? Yeah, and it would be something to look into. I mean, it looks like this kiddo is from the neighborhood. It definitely looks like he lives somewhere in the neighborhood. So yeah, couponing super sleuth over there, Pink Warrior. And Sasha says, it's odd because one time I got this file on my desk and was a big parade, and all of this for autism and all people coming to the hotel in the city. So the lady in blue, LOL, was absolutely wonderful. Well, and the thing is, well, and you just never know when you're going to see someone. You know what I mean? Yes, CP did say that to Seth. He did. And doesn't Chris have another construction job in Missouri? I didn't hear anything about a new construction job for Chris. But it's possible that he does. Prayer Warrior says, sent you a link to an article about teens' homes that take kids in the middle of the night. Adults are sharing their personal story in the article. Oh, thank you so much, Prayer Warrior. I can't believe how commonplace that is. Like, it's really crazy to me because I don't know. I think that if somebody already has problems, why would you traumatize them more with that situation? Like, that is like guaranteed to traumatize someone. You are safe in your bed, you think, right? Like, if you're not safe in your bed, where are you safe, right? So it's just crazy to me that you would terrorize your child like that, even if they were being horribly bad. Like, even if they were catch you outside girl, right? That one girl, catch you outside, and catch me outside or whatever. And she's like telling the audience on Dr. Phil, and she's or the little bad kids that they used to put on the talk shows, whatever, I'll do what I want, those little bad kids. But do you think that it's gonna help those kids if you traumatize them more? I don't think so. Yeah, and that was another uncanny similarity, was the green outfit. And then we're kind of trying to figure out what kind of outfit it is. Wonder what's on the boy's eyes and not glasses. It looks like a mask of some sort. Yeah, I couldn't tell. There was a major glare on the glasses. So it was either he was wearing the ones that have maybe a visor thing that comes down or whatever, or maybe he had the sunglasses that come over them or something like that. But yeah, I thought that too, Little Red, because whenever I was trying to even catch a screen grab of it, they were blurry. You couldn't see his eyes, and it was so fast that he went by. Sasha says, is that Sebastian? Wow, I'm getting chills. Where's our boy? What have these people done? Oh my goodness. I know. And I mean, if they really put him someplace, that's did that boy say his grandma lived there? And see, yeah, the grandma supposedly lives across the street from the house. And then the you know, from what their focus was on, because there was a down tree behind in her backyard. But that little boy was coming from, it looked like somewhere down the road, you know? Um, so I don't know. Oh, I see, Little Red. Looks like it's a cloth mask that goes with an outfit. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Like a, don't do that. Like one of those masks that go over. You know, that comes with the costume. So that's a good point, Lil Redo. Thank you. Because yeah, I mean, it's like, and it very well could be, right? Just like the little something that goes with the outfit. Here's an idea. Slim Shady says, what if Chris doesn't actually have construction gigs, but he's actually traveling to follow up on leads? You know, I mean, that's what I think would be kind of smart, if they, since they do have that fifth wheel. I think that would be really, really smart for them to do something like that. You know, I wish that it was more of a situation where the parents could work together, but I know that didn't work out very well before. Yeah, Deborah says yes, Lil Red. And Sebastian was getting tall, Sasha. That's my biggest thing with these photos. Even though they're so much alike, I feel like the boy in the photo is younger than Sebastian. So that's my biggest, like, con, because there's a lot of pros, right? That would you know, support, I guess, or I should say, you know, supporting or not supporting, right? In the supporting list, it's like, okay, he loves green, right? He's wearing green, similar glasses, similar hair cut, so, you know, similar build, facial features, ears, jawline, very, very similar. Even his mouth kind of is similar. So that's why it's, you know, up in the air. But then I look and I'm like, well, he looks like Sebastian like a year or two ago. And he looks younger. So and it looks like Sebastian might have been a little bit even taller than that boy. Like maybe that boy might be like 5'4" or something like that. And Pink Warrior says, from the side in the video, it looks like him, but when he looks straight out in the direction, not as much. Right. See, I know. And that's another thing too. It was just these slight little differences in their facial features, just slightly, you know, because like I said, the ears are pretty spot on. Excuse me, even kind of his neck matches up, right? Because Sebastian's kind of got a, you know, it's not very short, but it's not long. It's kind of just like, you know, average. And so they definitely look very, very similar. And then people were noticing, you know, more of, you know, a convex breastbone than maybe, you know, because Sebastian had that as well. And Sasha says, OMG, it's not him. Yeah. Yeah. And see, I'm very skeptical, Sasha. I am. She was already there visiting and left Tennessee so quickly. Right. You know, and 4 hours away isn't that far, and then not terribly far. St. Louis is right before you get to Southern Illinois. So, you know, and I'm real familiar with, like I said, I'm very, very familiar with that area. Sasha says, Sebastian is doing exactly what my sons did. They shot right up and their hair got dark. Yeah, exactly. Well, and see, my daughter's short. She's a shorty. I always say that. But like her hair got darker and darker because when she was younger, she would kind of have, you know, lighter hair. But as she got older, she definitely, you know, took after me a lot. And Tony says only one with behavior issues is CP. Yeah, his mommy, Miss Sour Sop, should have sent him to camp. Yeah, well, and you know, I heard that he was like in trouble, and that's why he went to the Navy, because that is a reason why people go to the Navy, right? And join the military is when they're, misbehaving their boy. A lot of boys do that, and maybe even some girls do too. And I don't think discipline or learning to make your bed every day and do those kinds of things like life skills and good things that good habits is a bad thing. But like some of these programs seem like they're a little bit like creepy, like just, I don't know. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. But I know that sometimes parents don't have any other option, especially like if your kid is on rugs or something like that and you can't get them off of them. You're just trying to do everything you can do. I don't think any parents have bad intentions. And even like Paris Hilton's parents were like, we're really sorry that we did that to you. Like, we didn't realize what we were doing at the time. We were just trying to help you and we didn't know what else to do. And, she forgave them and everything, of course, because they were just doing what they thought was right. And it is hard, I just don't see the behavioral, like, I mean, maybe I'm missing something. And I know like we're all ornery and, I get that. Like we have our moments, right? And, maybe he was on his best behavior because he was in public and he understood that, right? And we talked about that before, about how a lot of us, we all know how to be on our best behavior in public. There's just certain things that you don't do, right? But then again, the fact that he can control himself is a big indicator that I don't think he needed necessarily to be in behavioral programs. And it was scary to me that they were willing to put him in with kids that have like hardcore behavioral problems, like kleptomania, like, which is stealing things, by the way, guys. They're like, they steal. And then, also with the, what was the other one that was kind of bizarre to me? Sorry, I just lost it. I had it and I lost it. Oh, rebellious issues, and rug problems, because like, what if Sebastian goes in there and learns like a lot of bad traits and, habits from these kids? And then also, what if they're like mean and they would hurt him or something like that? You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know. I just don't think that was the place for him. Yeah, taller. He would have been taller by now too. I believe that, Sasha. Yeah, those are my things too. He looks younger. I think, the height difference. Yes, I know, Megan Nels. And it's good. That's a good thing to have hope, because it very well could be. You know what I mean? We just don't know. We have no idea. Hey, Juicy Jules. Juicy Jules says, just darker dyed hair. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, in the Stevie Stainer case, that guy dyed his hair. I mean, to throw people off, because his parents were trying to look for him everywhere. They were passing out flyers of him everywhere. They were looking for him every place they could. And back then, the mom was like stuffing envelopes of flyers and sending them out through the mail, because it was different, right? Back in the 70s. And the Devil's Queen says, can someone get my messages to Lady Freedom? Yeah, if you want to send me an email, you can just send it to ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. And no apostrophe or anything, just ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. Yeah, taller. Yeah, 15 to 16. That's what I'm guessing. And, he hit a growth spurt, they said. And then also the facial hair. That's what's throwing me off too, the facial hair. We don't see his mustache here, which you can, get rid of a mustache. I'm not saying you can't, but I was kind of looking for more of I'm trying to keep in mind of what Sebastian looked like at the Texas Roadhouse and what he might look like a year from then, so I'm really trying to keep in that mindset. Oh, cool, Lil Redo. Thank you. Yeah, you're so good at that. You're so good at that. I got, hey, Crafting and True Crime. I just got a message from you. There are 30 plus, Trooper's mom says there are 30 plus group homes in an hour radius of Bridgeton. Oh my gosh, really? Did you know that there are thousands of group homes with zero regulations and no supervision from the state? Just saying. No, no. Because I thought these were state regulated. And even, okay, and this is the thing. Before I moved to Florida, I was watching, I believe it was it was Bullhorn Betty. I was watching her and she was talking about these schools. And I was like, well, I can check Missouri and see if he's there. But I was checking schools for autistic children, right? I wasn't checking behavioral centers. I wasn't checking group homes necessarily. I was looking for resources for and places where you would take an autistic individual, right? One of the ones I called, they were like, we don't take people from out of state. And so that one was like a no-go. But I wasn't calling around to the behavioral centers because that wasn't on my radar. I wasn't thinking that they were saying that he had behavioral problems. Again, I just think that's a crock of crap. But Slim Shady says, I wouldn't be quick to dismiss the possibility of being him. Camera angles create optical illusions. They sure do. They sure do. And then also when you can put filters and things on there, you can see more. You can see different things. See, that one does look, but it doesn't have. See, someone else sent me the turtle outfit. Yeah, see, just like this one, but yeah, like a mask like that. See how he's got a mask on? He looks so funny. But like, see how they have, because the Ninja Turtles, yeah, they have like their colors, right? They're like orange, blue, purple, red. And the orange ones, Michelangelo, I know all of them, guys, because my brother and I used to watch. But anyway, so, but they wear like, they wear their colors. They have them on their knees and then on their elbows, right? Because they're fighting the Foot Clan. So thank you, Lil Redo, for sending that over because I was going to download the other one that I got today because it does look like that. But then someone was saying, and I always forget, guys, who says it, but then Naruto. And Sasha says Sebastian could have a half beard. He was already getting the stash man. Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, I don't, excuse me, excuse me. I do not know if I'm looking for somebody with a beard. That kind of made me laugh, Sasha. I'm sorry. And I'm trying, I should be taking it seriously, but I could just picture like Sebastian with a little goatee or something, but no, I don't know that I picture him with a beard. I don't think I do. No. I picture him more of like with more like peach fuzz or something like that, but I don't know. I guess we might have to go. I mean, genetically, maybe. I don't know, like, how it runs in Katie's family, but it's like, Seth looks like he can, grow a pretty thick, like, goat and everything. So, I don't know. And a mustache. And Michelle, good to see you. Michelle says, OMG, Lil Red, I live in Kansas City. It's disgusting these places exist. I mean, I can't believe how many places there are. I can't even believe that. Yeah, so this picture is from a news clip. I'll show it again, crafting. For those of you that are coming in, welcome in, guys. And this is going to be, I'll show the whole deal again. I'll just show you the whole deal because I put the beginning of the newscast. It is, hey, Holly S., good to see you. It is from the beginning of a, they're going around and they're talking about storm damage. I am too, Meganels. They're going around. Hey, Rita. And hey, Gigi, good to see you. I think Sebastian already knew he wasn't wanted. I think so too, Forrest. I think so too. He told Seth that. Oh, okay. Thanks, Forrest. There's another place in North Carolina. I will send an email to show you. It came out on YouTube when Sebastian was first went missing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Prayer Warrior says, are you looking for the city's dogs team was focusing on. Sorry, I left the room for a minute. I mean, I'm not against looking into it. I'm definitely for looking into anything, going down any rabbit hole just to see where it leads, especially if it's like something, um, that I have a feeling about, or that I can recognize some kind of value in, right? Because like even with this, at first I was like, when I first got the photo, I was like, oh, I don't know, that really doesn't look like him. But then with the video, let me show you guys the video. She did. You can't see me. Hey, you can't see me. Good to see you. Um, I like Jake Hoff. I really do. I respect her and her analysis. Okay, guys, I'm just going to play this one. I'm talking in this one, so I'm going to be quiet.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Today, I was sent a photo that was a possible Sebastian sighting in Bridgeton, Missouri on March 15th, 2025. Now, this is footage from the news station there, Channel 5, and it's going over the storm damage that happened in that area. And I'm praying for everyone who has experienced storm damage or who has had to weather out the storm. They can be very, very scary. But I wanted to do a brief comparison just to show you all what I was shown. And I went to the original source of the news video that it came from. Be sure to stick around till the end of the video to see what I think. Let's watch.
To Brent Solomon, who is live in Bridgeton for us tonight. And Brent, what are you seeing out there?
Neighbors helping neighbors, and I tell you what, folks in this community really need it right now. It's a very similar story that we're seeing in many neighborhoods right now. Downed power lines, damage on homes, and tree limbs on the street. Take a look at the Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of this home right here. I just spoke with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when that tree came.
Now watch closely. This is where I slowed the video all the way down to watch a young man crossing the street, which appears to be a doppelganger of Sebastian's. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this young man is Sebastian. He does look a lot like him, and I wanted to do a comparison so you can see that. I also wanted to point out something that I found out while I was doing some further research on Bridgeton, Missouri. Bridgeton, Missouri is the second ring suburb of St. Louis, Missouri. And it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that Sebastian would be there, but I did think it was worthy of showing, and I am going to turn in this sighting just in case. Now, I do find it odd that we see a street called Gallatin Lane right next to Bridgeton. What do you all think? Let me know in the comments. I can't wait to see all of you tonight. I love you all so much. Have a great day, and we will chat about this and other news in the Sebastian Rogers case on my live tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern. Let's all keep praying that Sebastian comes home safe.
the Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of this home right here. I just spoke with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when that tree came crashing down into the home.
Okay, guys, so that was just the video again. Hey, Momming It Up, good to see you. Hey, James, good to see you. I also saw Margaret and Holly S., your comments. I agree. It's really hard to kind of explain the family dynamic, right, with the Proudfoot clan, the Foot clan. James says, I know, and it was not only my opinion, but I did hear that Seth even believes that CP and KP have something to do with his disappearance and wrote to a judge about it. Yeah, so I did read Seth's statement that he wrote for the RICO filing, right? And that was the only one that I really felt compelled to read on the channel. And that was when it came out, and about probably, gosh, it was probably like 8 or 9 months ago now. But I did notice that somebody else had recently read it and put it out there. And it just basically goes over what his theory is. And honestly, it's not hard to kind of recognize. Hey, Carla. Yeah, so it was a news clip from somebody had sent me the photo of this, and it was a news clip from KSDK up in St. Louis, where they were looking over some storm damage in the area, and this kid just walks right by, and it looks just like Sebastian, right? It is also messed up, Lori. It really is. It really is. It's a bizarre situation. Also, it's possible, you never know. Yeah, and see, and that's the thing. I mean, I just figured I would send it in. Rob Beanie says, who knows what they told him? He could think Seth doesn't want him, or he's in trouble with Ellie. Who knows? Yeah, they could brainwash him, and especially when your kiddo, believes that they're always doing something wrong. That's never a good thing, right? Just because it makes them more vulnerable, in my opinion. Thanks, Rogue. Oh, it'd be so wonderful, Carla. It would just be a blessing. God, please bring our boy home. Oh, thank you, guys. Tony says, if it is, please then let it be Sebastian. That will mean he did get away, but I don't think he will would hurt Seth like that. Yeah, no, I don't think he would either. I was thinking, hey, Mary Carrie Cammy, good to see you. Thanks for the green hearts, guys. Holly S says, do you think he's in a home or something there, Sasha? You're the witness I brought up to Gallatin before this. Thanks, Panda Bear's mom. Carla says Seth would know his walk. He is the one that would know for sure. And I wish that the footage would show his, like, the boy's whole body, so we can kind of see, like, how tall he actually is. I mean, I know he's kind of cut off, like, by the like maybe like mid-thigh area. So it's kind of hard to tell too from that. Yeah, it's just like Gallatin is just right there, and it was just so weird to see that too. It's just so weird. Hey, Sherry Willette, good to see you. Thanks for coming in from Edmonton, Canada there. Thank you. Hey, Melly Cat. Thank you so much, Rogue. Sasha Johnson says, absolutely 100% video could be deceiving. Hair's died. Maybe he was told to lie about grandma where's KP's mom? Well, and see, she's supposedly up in West Virginia, and they did check her out. Tony recently went up there and checked her out, because they have a big property that they all have different homes, situated on one property, and so they all kind of live together over there. Um, and Rogue says, hello, momming it up. I've subscribed to your channel yesterday. Yay, Rogue. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We love momming. And Sasha says, wouldn't grandma hide it if something like this happened to him? Interesting. I don't know who in their right mind would hide this child. I do not know. I do not know. I cannot wrap my mind around it. Hey, little Miss Sharon. And it's just so strange, who would hurt him, who would mistreat him, who would hide him, right? Who would do any of this besides love and hug him and make him, confident and teach him the life skills that he's going to need when he doesn't have parents around, that's the heartbreaking stuff. That's the heartbreaking stuff. Thanks, Robini. Yeah, another streamer lives by her in West Virginia. Yeah, there's a couple of people that live up there, like very much near her too, which is very strange. I'm glad it's not. I'm glad it's not me. I'll just say that, And Forrest says God absolutely works in mysterious ways. He really does. And I always believe that the truth comes to light. I don't just say that like as kind of, like a euphemism or something like that, or just like, something to say, right? I just don't, that's just not how I am. I'm a pretty straightforward person. And so, but I do think the truth always comes to light. Like, even if somebody tries to lie about a situation and it's believed for a long time, something always happens and brings the truth out. So, it's very odd how it works, but I do believe the Lord works in mysterious ways. Yes. Thanks, Forrest. Love Horses says, yes, he does. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Thank you, Rob Beanie. Lori, thank you. And Holly's got the red flags up. Red flags, red flags. And little Miss Sharon says, if he is alive, wow, amazing considering what we have thought. I know. Well, and that's the thing, that's why I kind of try not to be too heavy on one theory or another, because it's very difficult. We don't know. If I had, like a theory where I could kind of prove everything in the theory, then I would definitely share it with you guys, and see what you thought about it. But I just don't have that, I mean, every kind of theory that we get to kind of sends us down another rabbit hole, and then, there's a lot of people that wonder about who's involved, what their role could be in it, right? Who would do it? Who would, how would people get involved even if they weren't involved initially, right? Like Girl Mom 2, saying that maybe something happened in the house, she thinks, and then Katie calls up the family, right? And the family's involved right at that minute. The minute that she calls them, the minute that she makes contact with them and tells them what happened, they're involved. So they have two choices. They can either call the police or they can help hide it. And in my opinion, with the history that we've seen with the Foot Clan, they're more likely to hide it, especially if it's someone who, is in their family like Katie is, even though she was kind of on the outs, it sounds like. But all Chris would, have to do is say the word and they're going to protect her, And Sasha says, why is grandma in a nursing home while the boys and the friend are there? It's very odd. Well, see, now that, to my knowledge, the boy in the green doesn't have anything to do with the storm damage that happened at the grandma's house. That was just kind of the news story that they were covering, the downed tree in the backyard and then going through the master bedroom. But that's just my take on it. So I don't know kind of what the story is there. I just know that he just walked by. He just happened to walk by, you know. And Holly S says some are saying maybe he joined Aunt Melly, but I don't think he would be a great candidate for that. So no offense to Sebastian. Yeah, yeah. I don't think so either. I don't think that's a strong possibility either, Holly. I really don't. The truth always comes out, Carla says. And Tony Fire says, I don't do drama, but man, am I going to be a happy camper. I want to see the egg in the faces of, let me say it, the QBs. Yeah, all the clues, all of them. Yeah, that will make my day. Haters revenge. Well, you know, they just get so nasty with some of the things they say. It's never, I mean, I have a lot of theories on that, and I'm kind of working on something to discuss with you guys about that kind of aspect of YouTube and how because right now, you know, let's just be honest, the battle lines are clearly drawn. They're, and they shouldn't be, but they are, right? So it is what it is. We're dealing with the situation, and solutions are, you know, the best thing that we can come up with, right? In my opinion, there's a lot of people out there that don't like want a solution. They complain. They would rather, you know, talk bad about other people than really figure things out or try to put any effort into the content that they're creating. So it's a stark difference. But Holly S says, Sasha, 100%. I was thinking the exact same thing. Rogue says that's a lot of cash. They definitely would bring him in for the award. Yeah, for the reward money. Yes, exactly. As bad as that sounds, I just think whoever has information to where Sebastian is involved in the same in some way. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money, and that's why they have it up so high, is because they're thinking that somebody would flip to get that money. You know, but a lot of times, you know, the criminals understand that they're, if they put themselves in that position, that they're in a vulnerable position. So it is tricky. It's very tricky, but I'm grateful for them trying. And Forrest says, it's always best to tell the truth no matter how hard it feels. I think that is true. And I know that it's not always what everybody wants to hear. It's really hard too. When you tell the truth, sometimes people don't want to hear it. They would rather hear a lie than the truth, because sometimes the lie is something that fits more of what they're looking to hear, right? And I know that sounds weird, but it's like I see that a lot on YouTube, where you know, people don't care to kind of put two and two together, right? They would just rather listen to the lies and be like, oh yeah, you're right, to please whoever's presenting the lies. And so that's another problem that is kind of perpetuated on YouTube, in my opinion. It's just one of those things where if they like the creator, or if they've been following them for a long time, the loyalty will trump the truth. And it's, you know, it is to each their own, right? Whatever they want to do, that's okay. I'm not really faulting them for it. It's just kind of how the misinformation keeps swirling around, and, you know, on and on they go on the hamster wheel, right? Just round and round they go. And it's just a lot easier than actually doing research, putting together a video to show, you know, what they're seeing and things like that. They don't want to put that effort in. They just want to get subscribers, make money off of YouTube, and act like it's like really, really easy. But it's really not that easy, because it does take a lot of effort to, you know, come up with things to analyze and things like that. It's a lot easier to just make fun of people all day. And Couponing says, I apologize, I misread the time, 4:44 on the video. The video at 3:44. Oh, okay. Is that for the The one that you sent me couponing. Yeah, the situation seems not good, even if it's not Sebastian. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation that we're in right now, not knowing where he is. I'm hoping it is him. I'm very skeptical. And Sasha says, yes, Holly, LOL. I was like, huh? And Sasha said, or Holly says, Sasha, I was just trying to figure it out in my head what was going on over there. And James says, a question I would like to know is why would KP do something to her son when he had a father that loves him so much and would have taken him into his home without no doubt even CP had mentioned this idea? Well, and I think that's a valid question, James. I think that's another reason why people think that Katie could have just snapped that night, or maybe there was an accident that night. And that's why I won't discount that, because I do consider the fact that Sebastian didn't have far to go to where he was going to be living with Seth full time. And so if you are a loving mother and you do want to see your son again, you just are having too many problems, or your husband obviously doesn't like your child and you're choosing your husband over your child, in my opinion, then, you would wait it out. You'd be like, deal with it, dude. Like, this is my kid. He's going to go live with his dad soon. And you would just stand up for yourself, in my opinion. You would just say, hey, look, this is how it is. You're not home very much anyway, so deal with it. But she doesn't seem to do that. And I just, in my opinion, I think the CPS cases piling up were a reason why they could have started planning something. But I can't discount the fact that, there wasn't very long to go before he was going to be gone anyway. And I don't mean to say it like that. I hate saying that. But it's a theory. Yeah, Sasha, we don't have the evidence. The police do. I love Girl Mom's Theory too, Holly S. I think it's very plausible. I really do. I think it's very plausible. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I just don't think they would cover for her like that. Unless she involved them, they had to have been involved somehow. And I just feel like they like to get involved with that kind of stuff. I think they like terrorizing people. I think it makes them happy. Schadenfreude, they love that. They love hurting other people. It makes them happy. They're miserable. Misery loves company. It's like a big bucket of crabs. If you ever see that, the crabs never get out because the other crabs won't let them. They keep pulling them down into that bucket. Boy, they're not letting those crabs out. The other ones are like, nope, you're not getting out of this misery. We're all miserable. You're not getting out of this. It's a bucket full of crabs, and that's how hateful, awful people are, It's just like the drama channels, none of them are going to take a stand and do anything positive or do better for themselves because it's a bucket of crabs. You got them all pulling each oh, nope, you're not doing any better. Get back down here. Nope, stay down here with us in the misery because, I'm miserable, you're miserable, we're in this together. And they just never get out of that bucket. Prayer Warrior says, there could be other adults in Grandma's house, in my opinion. Oh yeah, there definitely could be. But I don't think that they knew that anybody was going to come and see them or anything like that. I don't think anybody was I don't think they were tipped off that anybody was coming to the house or anything. Yeah, it is a good question, James. Very good question. And James says, so in my opinion, how could KP be so cruel and selfish, thinking only about herself and not having Sebastian's best interests at heart? That's not love. Right. And that's why I don't feel bad asking that question directly to them, why would you make him feel like he wasn't wanted there? Because that does leave him open to because Chris liked to have talked about how Sebastian didn't have any friends, and that would leave him vulnerable to becoming friends with somebody and thinking they are his friend, and then having something negative, having a negative outcome where he's taken advantage of, hurt, um, you know, taken, right, abducted or whatnot. But it's, that they don't think about what they were, the situation they were putting him into, low self-esteem, um, vulnerable to just anybody that's shows them any kind of attention or kindness, right? To manipulate them until they get them where they want them, and then they hurt them. So you know, it's just not on their radar. I just don't even think it's on their radar. And Holly S says, wouldn't it be wild if CP really did know and KP did this all and got his family involved under his nose? Oh, that would be wild. That would be wild, Holly. And I wouldn't put past any of them. I really wouldn't. Thank you, Sherry. Love Horses says there's a lot of parents that have the belief, I don't want him or don't want the other parent to have him. I just watched something about that. Yeah, that's a really good point. And that could be what's going on here too. It could just be something like, if I can't have him, no one will. And that's a power and control. That's where what we see in DV cases, where a woman might start seeing another person, or a man might start seeing another person, and then we see the jealousy, the rage come out, and then that person ends up unalived because of the jealousy and the rage. So yeah, it's just the same, it's all envy, and it's to the point where, because we're all jealous, right? A little bit, everybody has that little jealousy, right? But it's where you can control it and be like, okay, I'm just, I'm being a little bit too jelly right now, I shouldn't have these feelings, right? But when it's envy and it's taking you over, and you're envious, and you just can't, you're so jealous you can't see straight, it causes that issue too. And maybe that was part of it. I won't discount that either. Well, Sasha says, well, first they splat it on the front street, then everybody ignores it, and then they cover it up, the Foot Clan. Yeah, I mean, and they're really good at doing that too, right? And they have people that are willing to do stuff for them for money. And once somebody's willing to do something like that, and then the next time they give them a call, and they kind of know that they're going to be able to get them to do it again for the money, which is horrible. But oh Lord, I did not realize YouTube doesn't like the word Aunt Millie. I like it though. Aunt Millie. That's funny. I just call her, Aunt, Melly Socks, or, Aunt Melissa. I've called her Aunt Melissa before, because that's what Sebastian would call her. Couponing says there looked to be 2 or 3 children walking with a man towards that house. Yeah, and I don't know exactly what houses were on the other side. It looked like he was coming from across that street, so he could have just been the neighbor that lived right across the street from that house. I don't know. And Rogue says, James Coover, in my opinion, I think CP couldn't hold his temper in along with him wanting to wake that long. Allegedly, he wasn't supposed to be at his house when Sebastian was there. Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that too. I heard that. And it makes sense, right? Why they didn't take Sebastian out is because Chris was like, well, I'm not going to be home anyway. And Prayer Warrior says, I love seeing creators recommend each other or sign off on a live and say, go over and listen to this creator. I love it. Aw, Prayer Warrior, that's so sweet of you. There's so many good ones out there, guys. I really do. I try to focus on the good ones, and when good people put out good content, I always love sharing it, because it's like, you just know that it's coming from a place that they're trying to help, and then they worked really, really hard on it. And I have, speaking of a creator like that, I have Mob Crew's newest part 2 to the part 1 that they did about the flashlight video. So I want to go over that with you guys. You Can't See Me says, let's call it like this. There are people who do not want Sebastian to be found and do not care about Sebastian Rogers and Seth Rogers. I agree with that 100,000 million bajillion %. I agree with that. I can't not agree with that. I used to not agree with that. But I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I've lived it. If you are trying to help find Sebastian, if you talk about his father who is looking for him and putting up flyers and working with private investigators, really looking for him, not just playing around on X and all of this stuff, you will be targeted. And you know, you just gotta keep going, because think about how bad it is for Seth, and his son is missing, and all he wants is his son to come home. He came and said hello to us last night, and he said he just wants to take Sebastian swimming again. That's all he wants to do. That's all he wants to do, is take his son swimming again. He wants to see Sebastian having a good time in his happy place, in his calm place. And, you know, he wants to be there with him. He's targeted. It's disgusting. It's like, get a life, find something better to do. You know, so anytime I ever feel like, you know, God, these, you know, because I feel like fucking assholes is really how I think of these idiots. But I think to myself, like, you know, buck up, Buttercup, because at least your kid's not missing out there. Seth says he doesn't know where he is. So I get my ass up here and talk to you fine folks, and I love it. They're not going to stop me. Like, I don't care what they do to me to try to stop me from talking about Sebastian. I will never stop talking about him until he's found. And then the caveat to that is that if he deserves justice, which I think he does deserve justice, then I'm going to continue to talk about how he needs justice until it is served for him. So, you know, I hope they're in it for the long haul, because I certainly am. Bring it. And Rogue says, I mean, you didn't get the cash when you go to prison. Oh, right. For the reward. Yeah, exactly. I know. That's the tricky part, right? Because some criminals are just stupid, and they're very money minded. And they'll be like, you know, they'll try to like get around of it, and see, sometimes that's how they get caught. But I know what you're saying. That's a good point. Yeah, James was saying the same thing. Hey, Patty Lee. You know, Patty, I don't have a direct email for Seth. I went and looked on his channel, but I'm sure he doesn't want people knowing his email, because they do like the weirdest freaking things when they know your email. It's probably better that he's protected and it goes straight to dog, really, honestly, because I know for a fact that they got right back to me, and I know for a fact that it was out even the day before this, that the sighting, and this has been out for 4 days prior to this, so we're on 5 days now. I think that he's well aware of it. I really do. I do. Tony says in South African rand, it is more than 4 million rand. Wow, I'll be rich. Yeah, wow, Tony. Oh my goodness. And you know, and that's the thing. You know, I think we're all, you know, money minded. We all need it, right, to live. We have to have food and blah 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 blah. But you know, place to live, da da da. But at the end of the day, you know, if I ever got reward money for something like that, I would just donate it back. Or if that's not an option, then I'd find a good spot for it. To me, but I think that there's just a lot of people. It's more or less to entice people to talk, is what it is. It's trying to get them to, you know, to talk. But you know, to me, it'd be worth it just to find Sebastian. And Little Redo says someone would be paying a bill or whatever home where he would B, there would be nothing found that shows them paying for a boarding facility for Sebastian. Well, I know there was a large transaction with that At Night found, but I don't know the major details on that one, Lil Redo. So, hey, Donna. Donna says, what is Seth saying about this? Anything? You know, I haven't seen him around tonight. Hey, Trishy, good to see you. Yes, cognitive dissonance takes over. Boom, 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 boom. I wish I had fireworks. I could start lighting them off. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I don't think that it's a turtle suit. It's green with a yellow A in it with black ninja pants belt. Yeah, I think it's from Naruto. There's a character from Naruto that wears the green. So I think it's definitely a ninja, green ninja. So I want to move on to this, the lights video really quick, guys, and we can bounce back and forth. But again, I want to show this amazing video, the second, hey, Debutante, good to see you. The second video to the Mob Crew's first about the flashlight video. So just to kind of recap what he was saying in that video. So he thinks that there were at least 4 people involved in the 3 a.m. flashlight video. The car that goes up Kellen, turns around really fast, pulls back in over on Kellen, and then turns onto Stafford, which flips on the motion sensor lights across the street, and they sit there for a minute. The motion sensor lights go off, right? And then as soon as they're ready to leave the neighborhood, once as this getaway driver is sitting here, right, they're going to back onto Kellen, and then they're going to pop out the neighborhood, right? Just straight shot out Kellen out the neighborhood. So he's thinking there is a scout. He is thinking there is someone that goes to meet whoever was coming from the house that goes back to the house. And then he's thinking that there's a getaway driver, right? And so I want to show you this video because it's so well done, and it's a part 2, but we did watch it before. So just keep in mind, hey, Princess Buttercup, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. So just to keep in mind kind of like where we're at there. Go Lady Freedom, they can't stop you, or Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Oh, thank you, Carla. I love you too. I love you too. Yeah, I just try to think of Seth. I really do, because I just can't imagine. Hey, Sherry Harper. We will never stop searching for Sebastian, and God will punish all of these haters. They will get what they deserve. And the funny, funny, they will ask why. Yeah, well, and they know what they're doing's wrong. We all got taught right from wrong when we were little. We all got taught. We all know. You know, that's why they get so crazy, is because they're mad because they know they're doing the wrong thing. And then Margaret says, don't touch Chris Chuck. That's his toy. He might hit you. Oh no, Margaret. I'm going to go steal all his underwear so he doesn't have any. I'm going to replace it with Depends. See how he likes that. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and watch Chris. He does a phenomenal job here. He's amazing. Okay, so where did I put Chris at? This one. Call. Sorry, guys. That's the other call. That's the other call. Get Justin 3. Here we go.
Today's video is part 2 of the Sebastian Rogers series. If you haven't seen the first video, I would suggest checking that one out first. The link to the video is down in the description below. The Mysterious 3 a.m. Lights video. During part 1 of this series, we broke down the Mysterious 3 a.m. video and its origins. We will quickly do a recap of what happened. Just after Sebastian Rogers was reported missing on February 26 of 2024, law enforcement went around collecting surveillance footage from that neighborhood. One of the more important pieces of footage collected was from this home here, where a local reporter, Nick Barris, would eventually release some of that footage to the public.
What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. You see two light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area.
Although Nick Barris's video only focused on the moving lights in the background, there was something else caught on that same camera. It wasn't until weeks later that more footage was actually leaked onto a Facebook page, and in one of those clips was what appeared to be a vehicle that had turned on its lights. As you can see here in clip number 2, a major light source turns on. Even though the original version of the footage allegedly shows the actual vehicle, in this version you can see where two light sources turn on at the same time, the tail light and headlight. You can also see when the headlight turns on, it casts light onto the back of the white truck. Early rumors of two vehicles. During the first few months, there was some chatter on social media, especially on Facebook pages, where locals and others spoke about what they may have saw or heard that night, during which two vehicles were mentioned. One was a vehicle that was an Uber driver sometime around 3:30 a.m. that picked up a resident off the top of Killen Avenue. This homeowner ordered this Uber to get a ride to the airport. He quickly came forward on social media to explain the vehicle's origins. But then there was another car mentioned, which was spotted on multiple cameras sometime around 3 a.m. Believed to be a dark or gray sedan seen driving up Killen Ave, then turning around. To this day, that driver, or what they were doing that night, is still unknown to the public. Almost a year later, screenshots from one of the cameras off Killen Ave would be shared on Twitter, which confirmed the 3:30 Uber driver, but it would also reveal the unknown car, which was taken at 2:58 on this camera, which literally confirmed the rumors that the locals claimed they saw and heard that early morning. The Proud Feets hire a PI. The Proud Feet would hire a PI sometime around in the late summer or fall of 2024. This PI went to that neighborhood to collect any surveillance footage the locals still had saved, along with speaking to them about what they saw or heard. He would then slowly drip certain screenshots from that night, along with some clips from different cameras on the night Sebastian Rogers disappeared. The most interesting was two photos he uploaded from the same camera taken off this home up towards the top of Killen Ave. One of which shows the 3:30 Uber driver, which he had no problem showing the vehicle and the driver, only crossing out the driver's face and license plate so they wouldn't get doxxed. But he had also revealed the 3 a.m. car, but something was different. This PI allegedly went out of his way to put a black box over the car, even though it would be impossible for anyone to ID the actual driver due to the low light and angle in which a license plate could not be seen. He would claim he did this so the person would not get doxxed. Here is the PI on the Lore Lodge channel talking about that 3 a.m. vehicle, claiming he knows who the driver was and what they were there doing that night. But listen to this clip, as it makes zero sense on what he's actually talking about.
It's been known about the Uber was there for a long time, and I think even the gentleman who got the Uber to go to the airport had put it on Facebook in the first day or two that he's like, oh, I had an Uber come at 3:30 in the morning. So that had been known. So I wasn't afraid to put that out. However, the other vehicle, which I can listen, I know nobody wants to take my word for it, but I can promise you, the car is not foreign to the neighborhood. It's known, and they are not. That's not known. If that person, I know people would try to find out who that is and whatnot, and they go after them. And this person, quite honestly, this person probably has no idea that people are trying to figure out what car that is and stuff. And it has nothing to do with anything. Unfortunately, keep in mind, we want to find the clue. So it's disappointing to us as well when none of these things are connecting. None of these things are connecting. None of these things are connecting.
Okay, guys. And so, just wanted to point that out really quick, that SF lied about the car not being foreign to the neighborhood, because none of the neighbors know, anything about this car. And they've always said that. Even Bobby, the neighbor, told JLR that. All right, guys. So let's just watch this next one.
Things are connecting. Things are connecting.
You were saying something. I don't want to cut you off.
Think of it as like, there's daily, like people that come in Ubers and stuff like that, or Amazon deliveries or whatever it may be. But you have this, you have the same type of person for the neighborhood. So it's a known person, but not necessarily a resident.
So is this somebody with any known connection to the Proudfoot family?
No.
Okay. So not a family member, not a friend.
Yeah.
Is this somebody?
Keep in mind, there's a construction site next door. There's a lot of work going on. And I know that it's a weird time of morning, but there's still, things that there's still, workers and whatnot. It's not a worker from the construction area.
As you can tell in this interview, it seems he has no idea who the driver actually is. This would raise major flags due to the fact that he was hired by the Proudfeet. In my opinion, clearly shows bias in his investigation. The 3 a.m. car and what it likely did. Although speculation, it is believed the 3 a.m. vehicle and its alleged passengers were responsible for abducting Sebastian Rogers. It's also believed this could have been an inside job involving possibly Katie the mother, Chris, and or others. Thanks to a YouTube creator called Silvers on the Scene, they took a drive through that neighborhood sometime in the fall of 2024. They showed what it looks like driving through that neighborhood at night. They would even take the same route as the 3 a.m. vehicle. But unknown to the residents, on the early morning of the 26th, something more sinister was likely going on. This unknown car was spotted on multiple cameras heading up Killen Ave, seen here in this recreation. One camera in particular would capture the car towards the top of Killen Ave, seen here in this screenshot, captured at exactly 2:58 a.m. The car would continue up Killen Ave, after which it was spotted turning around at the dead end towards the top of Killen and Devon Court. It would then head back down towards Killen and would be spotted again on multiple cameras. The 3 a.m. car would then allegedly stop somewhere between these homes and let out 1 or 2 passengers. They would allegedly head towards the Proudfeet home through the common area near the backyard of their home. I believe the 3 a.m. car at this point had turned off its headlights and began to slowly turn onto Stafford, as the roads in this neighborhood are narrow, and perhaps to get a better vantage point of the common area. But as they turned onto Stafford, something happened I don't think they were prepared for. A motion sensor light from this home with their surveillance camera was set off. You can see that although they had a separate light source on near the driveway, they also had a backup motion sensor with a light, and that clearly gets activated, seen here. What's interesting is in the recreation of driving through the neighborhood, the same exact thing happens just as they turn onto Stafford, seen here.
Pull on up, son. Cool. And that would be the house. They just had something lined up. Keep on going. That's the house with the security cam.
Boom, shakalaka.
I believe the car sat there with its lights off while Sebastian Rogers was possibly being moved between the common area. If we notice in this footage, we can clearly see how dark it is in this particular area. Also, there is a ditch that runs down the middle of the common area. I believe they originally planned to move him in that ditch. After sitting there for a minute or so, where the motion sensor light had now turned back off, I believe the car and the abductors changed their plan, and the car turned on its lights, seen here, and then backed up onto Killen Ave. Somewhere between these homes. Then the abductors quickly put Sebastian into the car and took off. Shortly after, as we can see in this third clip, the motion light had been activated again, likely from when the car had backed up. Meanwhile, we can see a subject running back towards the Proudfoot home. The 3 a.m. car finally revealed. Just recently, certain people got a hold of some footage of the 3 a.m. car, and here are some screenshots of that car from the side and from the back. As you can tell, just as the rumors from many months ago, it was some kind of silver 4-door sedan has held up, as what is seen here appears to be some kind of silver dark gray 4-door sedan with tail lights that could be possibly LED tail lights, which could narrow down the pool of possible cars. But here are a couple of frames of the car moving. If you or someone you know knows the driver of this vehicle and they have not come forward to TBI, I would encourage that person to come forward if they haven't already, as it is believed that this car could be involved in the possible abduction of Sebastian Rogers.
Okay, guys, so there you have it. And I honestly think that that explains it so well. Hey, Jude. I also want to show you this picture again, because this will kind of show you what was happening when they were carrying, in my opinion, Sebastian to this silver gray 4-door sedan that appears to have the LED tail lights, right? So, and you can even see it in this picture.
We start with breaking news tonight. Newly released surveillance video in the search for Sebastian Rogers, taken the night he disappeared nearly 1 year ago. Let's bring up this video here in full so you can really see it. Take a look. This is from Kellen Lane in the
And this
Chapel
is the video
Island
that
neighborhood
SF
out in
had
Sumner
said
County. It's
was
one
something,
block
but I
from
want to
where
show you
Sebastian
guys
disappeared
something
from
really
his
quick
family's
with
home.
this.
The family's private
Because
investigator
you can
says
see the
cameras
truck,
recorded
the
at
white truck that's parked in
12:17
the
a.m.
neighbor's
That's the
driveway
timestamp
across
there. And as I mentioned earlier,
where the
this
camera
video is
picked up
enhanced. It's
someone
still
carrying
really hard to
Sebastian
see,
out, in my
but
opinion.
in it, there is a figure walking up the block and then appearing to stop behind a black car. The figure then turns around and walks back the other way. We're going to play it on loop one more time so you can see it. The video has been given to investigators, and you can see it for yourself at fox17.com.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer.
This image was sent to me, and I decided to
See right
do some
there,
further
guys.
enhancements
That's
on
the
it.
truck,
So here's
and it
one
looks like
shot
someone was
where you
carrying
can
Sebastian
see
out,
Mr.
or
Foot
something
carrying
out.
something, but
So, and then this is a closer up version of that, right? Where we can see more that it looks like people and someone carrying something. So it definitely makes sense to me, especially with the flashlight video and the pictures. They line up. Everything is seeming to line up with what is being said in this video. And let me go to your guys' comments here. Sasha says they had a straight route with no cameras to the cremation area and more back roads to Gallatin, all back roads. Yeah, that is one thing to consider, the back roads, for sure. Definitely. And Rogue says, hey, Jude. James says, does make a lot of sense if you think about it. I agree. I think it makes perfect sense. It's one of the rare instances where things do make sense in this case. And Little Miss Sharon says, hang on. So we asked family member, family associate SF tells us about some business in the area. What? I don't know. SF has said a lot of stupid stuff. I mean, he's just a putz, he's a complete putz. I mean, he just goes on there and, I mean, he just want to slap the stupid off of him. And Princess Buttercup says, and that's a boom shakalaka. Princess Buttercup. I couldn't help myself there. I was like, I had to say it. I gotta say it. I was just like, wow, there it is. I can't believe when Silvers drove by that exact, I mean, it just, when it makes sense, it makes sense. And Sasha says, so if they grab him at 3 a.m., darkest time of the night, after he's sedated, then they take him back roads to the crematorium, no cameras. I mean, anything is possible. Anything is possible. And, where did they take him? It's like if we believe that theory, the very next step would be where, right? So, I mean, Tony Fire says, just love this guy, great talent. Yeah, SF going to see his ass with this guy. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. That's why SF is always being, rude and harassing and evil and, things like that. I mean, he was mad when I put out the enhanced photo, when I did the video on the enhancement, he turned it into a foot. I mean, so it's like whenever you're onto something, he can't help himself. He's got to insert himself, and that's how you're on the right track, in my opinion. Tony. And Princess Buttercup says, and the fact SF is hating on Mob Crew tells me Mob is onto something for sure. That car, in my opinion. Yes. Oh man, I should have read the comment instead of stop talking, or I should have stopped talking and read the comment. Lil Redo says, I removed the black mark and what I see in the picture is very different. Well, and it's tough to Lil Redo, because I know that once you take certain layers off and stuff, you are able to see more. But I really stand behind, what we're seeing, as in the car going up onto Kellen, turning around, right, letting the people out, and then pulling onto Stafford Court right there, and then they were going to meet there, right? So they let people out over here, they're going to meet over here, and put them in the truck. And so that big white, thing that's in front of everything does resemble a truck, right? It looks like the shape of a truck. It looks like the shape of people. And so Sasha says, the only thing I was thinking is Sebastian woke up from the cold or something unexpected that caused CP to end up with bite marks. Well, and that's the thing too. I don't know whether I'm convinced that he was sedated, still with us, still not with us. I'm not convinced on anything, because those could have happened. Like you said, if he woke up and he was sedated, or because it doesn't appear to me like the one light source went all the way to the house, right? It seems like the other light source was meeting that one. So, and then that same light source went back to the house. So we have to kind of just go with the facts and what we're seeing, rather than kind of the narrative that we want to fit. But I do think that he could have been helping, maybe that wasn't another person behind the person carrying him. Maybe it was his arm, because I do have those two theories when I look at the photo. But I've also seen photos where it definitely looks like there is a face behind that other person, or at least the top of a head. So it's just tough, Let's see. Is that the trunk they put him in? Possibly. I mean, possibly. If it's a 4-door sedan and there were 3 people that were in the car originally, they could have put him in the back seat. There would have been room in the car for him, but they very well could have, Carla. I mean, back roads to the crematorium, 21.5 hours to cremate. So 3:10. Or 3:30. Wait, what year to bring this out? Oh, wait. Why wait a year to bring this out? Is it real or fake? Well, that's a good question, Loretto. I will say this. So kind of going back over some of the things that Chris was saying. So the 3 a.m. video, Sebastian reported missing February 26th, 2024. That's the same day that Ellie started collecting camera footage from the neighborhood. Then Nick Barris released the footage. 3 more videos were leaked on Facebook. In the second video leaked on Facebook, it shows the vehicle was caught on camera. The taillights and the headlights cast light on the white truck that's parked across the street that we were just talking about. Locals are starting to talk, right? So they're all talking. They say that they see 2 vehicles. They mentioned the 2 vehicles in the area. One was an Uber at 3:30 a.m., which I thought it was about 5 or 5:10 a.m. 5:30, according to Bobby, is about that time. 5 o'clock was the Uber, but that could have been, a mistake. But either way, we're being led to believe that it was 3:30. 3 a.m. They see the dark, and more specifically 2:58 a.m. They see the dark, either gray or silver sedan, pulls onto Kellen, turns around, goes on to Stafford. A year later, there was a still shot of the Uber that was released. I know that SF started putting out he put out the 4 stills on X, right, of the Texas Roadhouse footage, and then at night put out the video footage, some clips of it, right? So I think it was more or less prompted by what SF did, in my opinion, because he's the one that started releasing these kind of oddball, he always releases the oddball stuff, and then he always puts he's always trying to cover things up in the background and stuff without just putting out the screenshot. It's weird. And then SF starts, who's the PI for the Proudfoots, starts dripping out the screenshots, right? We see the clip of the top of Kellen, which is at 3:30, the Uber driver, right? But at 2:58 a.m., the car, we see the car that is on Kellen. And then we know that SF lied about the car not being foreign to the neighborhood. He says it's everybody between Amazon delivery drivers, the construction guys that work in the that were putting the new phase up. I mean, he just goes on and on. He's such a bullshitter. And deliveries don't come in the middle of the night from Amazon. And then, Silvers goes, now I do believe it's an inside job, guys. I mean, obviously, that's kind of probably well known for those of you who follow me. But Silvers drove through the neighborhood at the same time of night, right? Same route. And the same thing happened. It activates the motion sensor lights from the car, from the neighbor's house across the street from Stafford, where it is alleged that they carried Sebastian out. And that's kind of where we're at. So a year later, they started dripping out information, Lil Red, and I don't know why they did. I don't understand it. I really don't, because yeah, they look guilty as sin. Tony, I agree. Hey, Rosebud. Nice to see you. And Rosebud says, have you contacted the news station letting them know of this young man's similarities to missing Sebastian? Does Dog's team know about it? The similarities are uncanny. Yeah, I agree, Rosebud. And I did. I sent it right over to Dog's team. And they confirmed that they received it. So I know that they do have it. Calling the news station would probably, be a good idea, though, and I did not do that. I think that law enforcement would be the best person, though, the best resource to go ahead and do that, best authority, because I don't know that the news crews would go out and do like door knocking or anything like that. But I think that they're aware. I really do. Rob Beanie says it's real, but allegedly a man walking his dog, a small breed of dog. Yeah, and I mean, and I'm sure there was people out and about in the neighborhood or that were walking their dogs and stuff like that. And then we know that one guy had to get to the airport. Excuse me. And Rob Beanie says, I asked either Oh, I asked earlier, did you send News 5 the missing poster? No, I did not send News 5 the missing poster, but that is a really good idea. I will do that after we get off here. I know they have a Facebook page. I bet you I could just Google them and find them, though, and send it to them. I could send them the one from Texas Roadhouse because that one looks the most like it. If they have an email, though, I can just send them the whole video that I did, too. Because I shortened it. The one that I sent over to Dog and them, I just put like where his location and then the similarities too. So thanks, Robini. Thank you for that. Time to whack a troll. Oh no, did I miss a troll in there? Hey Nathan. Nathan said, is there a video of someone showing how they delivered the image of Chris and Katie carrying something? I did a video of it because I grabbed a screenshot. Well, it was a screenshot from Justin's live that he and Girl Mom 2 were working on, and then I did my own enhancements on the photo. But I don't know that they're I mean, the video that the photo came from is the 3 a.m. flashlight video. And so that's why I was really happy to see this part, because I was waiting for this part to come out, because I wanted to make sure that I was absorbing everything Chris was saying, too, and just that way I could understand exactly what his theory was that would match up with the enhanced photo. So I was like super excited about that, because it makes perfect sense now exactly where it came from. And when I did speak to, you know, the source of the photo, I said, where did it come from exactly? And they said it was from the 3 a.m. flashlight video, and a motion sensor light had been tripped off. And I said, perfect, because that makes perfect sense to me. And so, yeah. And you can't see me says SF was not advocating for Sebastian Rogers with the latest video release. SF had it when talking on the Lore Lodge, but kept it until the year anniversary. Exactly. And he even said that one that I just showed you guys, the one that was like, he did the enhancement on it, but it was worse. Like you couldn't see what was going on, and he should have just left the video raw like how it was, because otherwise it changed it completely, like, and you couldn't even see the image anymore. It was really horribly done. But they even said that too, like, oh, you weren't supposed to release that yet. It's like, what are you trying to pull? Like, if you're going to release it, release it. We're trying to find this kid, like, time is of the essence, TikTok, you know? But these people are just, they're sick and they're deranged. They're just sick and deranged individuals. You can't see me. And I'm sorry, you know, I'm not trying to be hateful or name call or anything like that, but when the shoe fits, wear it. If you're that deranged that you need to release these certain things at these certain times to help yourself out, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about other creators. It's not about Chris and Katie. It's not about Seth. But the reason why I'm so sensitive about how Seth is feeling is because he's actually doing the things that I think are necessary for a parent to be doing when your child is missing, and he's the only one doing them. Sasha says that's what these people did. I'm convinced, and their statements actually indicate this, my opinion and speculation. You know, and I mean, Sasha, you could be very right. You know, I hate to believe stuff like that just because, you know, I'm trying to hope for the best, you know, but we do have to prepare ourselves for the worst. So I understand. I understand, you know. Yes, Katie, footage is a game changer. It is, little Miss Sharon. And did you see her face when she's, you know, she's like, like, you know, hopefully they don't find any. Like, that's my opinion. The cousin, which cousin? Because we know that the stepbrother to Stepfoot drives a similar Nissan sedan, a gray Nissan. I think they do. Hey Jude, thank you. Rob Beanie says, hopefully they will air it and ask if locals know who it is. Yeah, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. And also, it's such a specific location that I think that they're going to be able to find out who it is really, really quickly. Hopefully. Sasha says we need to know what vehicle the cremation cousin drives for sure. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's not something I want to completely discount. I might know. I have a genealogy, but I'll have to double check it to see if I can find a name for the person. Carla says, Nathan, it came from a video. Yes, it did. Hey, Lizzie and Kurt. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Hey, Carrie Starr. Carrie Starr says, Silver's caught a very similar gray car pulling into KP's driveway. I emailed the mob crew tonight. Oh, great. Wonderful. And I wanted to show you guys this too really quick. You just reminded me. Thank you. These are two that were sent to me that I sent over to Dog's team too. So this is we're focusing not on the yellow jacket tonight, but we're going to be focusing on that gray car right in the background here. And James says, don't forget the dogs followed a common scent, not Sebastian's. And if KP would not sit and wait in the house with that, what she did is walk the route the dogs trailed and waited to be picked up. Right. Well, and I also have a theory, James, that she might have traded shoes with Sebastian because she was wearing very, very similar shoes as Sebastian in this Texas Roadhouse footage. Now, here's another picture of the sedan coming around, and they circled around, you know, twice. And like I told you guys, Hindsight did a fantastic video on this right here. Sorry, guys, I missed something. Oh, I'm sorry, momming it up. I didn't know you weren't feeling so good tonight. I'm sorry. Oh, I hope you feel better, Mommin. And oh, Love Forces says, I hope you feel better, Mommin. And Cinderella says, don't listen to SF. I block him. It's great. My blood pressure goes up. I can't handle that man. I really can't. I don't pay attention to anything he says, and I really don't, Cinderella. And you know, I mean, which it is not. It's sad. It's really sad because you know, he's their PI, so we should be able to kind of trust that he's doing his due diligence and he's in it for the right reasons. But in my opinion, he's not. He's there to just you know, pander to Chris and Katie's needs and whatever they want to put out, and he's going to do that because he's getting paid. You know, listen to the money talk. And Deborah says SF said that on Jay is for Justice that he knows the owner of the car. Like, really? I know. Exactly. He doesn't know Jack. That is such a lie. Just like saying that all the neighbors know the car and the neighbor, you know, that car belongs in the neighborhood. It so doesn't belong in the neighborhood, you know. Aw, Mom, and I know, and that bug had been going around. And Sasha says CP did this because of the court date and CPS restrictions. I believe that, Sasha. I do. Thank you for saying my opinion. Rob Beanie says maybe SF is waiting for year to release who was driving the 3 a.m. car. Oh my gosh, Rob Beanie. But ching. Yeah, really. He, like, for real. That's probably his whole deal. He's like, oh, I can't release it yet. We gotta wait till the 2-year anniversary. The schmuck. And Sasha says it's possible KP aided him because it was a willing or not situation. The 3-hour phone call may have been about the situation that had been planned. You know, very, very possible. Very possible. I'm thinking it was a little bit longer than that. I really do. I think it was a little bit longer than that they had been planning this out, because it was just very well executed if we're to believe what happened in the flashlight video. See, and that's why whenever I stick to a theory, I really have to focus on if it's going to work with every little working piece with it. You know what I mean? Because it's very difficult. It's very difficult There's so much. There's just so much. And where did I leave off here? Carrie Starr says yes, that yes, that time of year, if I'm going to get sick, I do fingers crossed and the bugs stay away. I know, and all the bad weather too doesn't help anything. James says CP said that they did not go on vacation, but they did a lot of traveling from Florida all the way to Oregon, which has said that he was, or that he wasn't, but CP says most likely the opposite. So yes means no and no means yes, right? Yeah, except for CP, exactly. He's just a lying, he's a liar. You know, he doesn't tell the truth. It's like if his lips are moving, he's lying, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't like that. And Princess Buttercup says, yes, Sasha, sad but true, but prayers that if so, that good overcomes evil and that there are brought to justice. Sad to think, but that then again, why the whole foot team seem so sure they won't be caught. Yeah, they totally act like they, you know, they're confident. And I think that a lot of that is ignorance, you know, an ignorant sort of confidence. Yeah, see, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to check for you, Sasha. And Carrie says, I don't know, but I would like to know which family member owns it. He said that they don't. Oh, see, Chris says that they don't own a funeral home. So, you know, there's always been some kind of back and forth with that. Yeah, I don't believe a word he says either, though, Princess Buttercup. But opposites, but the opposite, but rarely him and KP slip up in their words with the truth and hope that in videos are what gets them caught, if that's the case. I know, and I wish law enforcement would focus more on what they were saying online, because that's really, I understand that they think we're pesky YouTubers, but I also think that they need to focus on what's being said online and stuff like that. So we need to find the funeral friend, cousin, stepbrother guy. Yeah, I mean, we know who the stepbrother is. Well, we know who, he's got two stepbrothers, or three exact, or because there's three from TB's first marriage. And James Cooper says, so when he says he didn't, then he did, and if he says he did, then he didn't. Don't look at his truck means look at his truck. Just like flashlights are not, but they are true. But they truly are. Exactly. It's maddening. It's just maddening. It really is. That was very well put together by Hindsight. Yeah, she's so awesome, prayer warrior. She does such a great job. And I should have pulled that clip in tonight. I was just like really busy with all the others and, you know, that sort of thing. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Cinderelli, allegedly Yellow Coat is a real estate lawyer. Yeah, I've been hearing that. I still don't know. I don't have an ID on the Yellow Coat guy either. But it sounds like that's one of the possibilities. Well, oh, thank you so much, Detroit. Well, I will do a chicken party. Well, I guess it's not a chicken party. It's a free bird party. I call it a chicken party because Justin does. All right, hold on, guys. Let me find it and then we'll play it. Thank you so much for hitting that like button, you guys. I really appreciate it.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slapper. Are you crazy? Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell T-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But you don't say that.
Malayan, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack at ways up. You are a pig from hell. Where's I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Lisa, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezy. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys. So there's our little party there. So I saw you, Fun to Ski. Thanks so much for being in here. They say CP's company is based out of Salem, Oregon, in their opinion. Okay, very interesting to know. Thank you. And hey, Jude, I agree. So I know someone personally, and I've known them for years and years. They're very close, like a family member to me, who works at a mortuary and does cremations and things like that. And so I'm very hesitant to believe that anybody at the mortuary would ever be on board with doing something like this unless they were paid like a butt ton of money. That's the only reason that I can think that they would do something like that. So I'm a little bit hesitant, but I'm not, it's not off the table for me. And then Carrie, also, I didn't hear that rumor about KK partying with CC's kids or his son and them being in the backyard. I didn't know about that. So that's really interesting. Rob Beanie says, I believe it was said it was Kathy's cousin in another state with the funeral home. He's like the director. There was a channel that covered it. Well, and again too, and I think it's because like obviously I know someone who does that and who's in that business. I knew them very well, and I just they have a lot of integrity. It takes a really special kind of a person to do that type of work, and it's really, very, very hard to believe that, in my opinion. And so, yeah, it would just have to be like a very rotten apple in the bunch, a lot of money involved. Carrie. Hey, Vic, good to see you. Thanks for being number 143. Thank you so much, hon. And Sasha says that's all KP has to say is CP showed up, did it all, and she was scared and still is. I mean, that's a valid point, Sasha. That is. And James says, has anyone found out Green Hoodie's true identity was because we know that CP's stepsister had passed away and they thought they were the same. Yeah, so I think that they're two different people, in my opinion, but that doesn't mean that is truth, right? But LE interviewed that person. Thanks, Hey Jude. Interviewed that person, and the person that was in CP's family that had passed away, she had passed away, a month before that, or a little bit more than a month before that. So that's what kind of leads me to believe it's different people too, because law enforcement actually came out and said that it was a totally different person, that they talked to them, debunked everything. And Tony Fire says, Princess Buttercup, amen is all we can do. From places too far to start help searching. I think if all of us could be close to the Stepfoots and Sour Socks, would then had a reason to fear the masses. Right, exactly. Well, and I think that they do in a certain capacity, because they know that people are still putting the pressure on. They know that there's still people talking. They want to silence people, in my opinion. They do look very similar, Carrie. I do believe that. And also looks like another person in CP's family. That's a guy, in my opinion. Yes, which one, the green hoodie or the stepsister? A chance of a lifetime. KP just had to say the word. Says Sasha. Love Horses says, I'm so confused. Robini says they never identified Green Hoodie by name, unfortunately. They didn't. No, and they just said it was a woman. You're right, Robini. That's right. And Slim Shady says Ellie has not released a statement that they suspect Sebastian to be deceased, and they have they have not named any suspects, so we can please stop trying to push narratives. And I understand that too. I do. I understand that, Slim Shady, because you're right. They have not named a person of interest. They have not said really that we know either way, right? You're right that they say they're still saying there's no foul play. They're still saying that they're not sure if he's with us or not still. So it's very, very much up in the air, especially if we go by what law enforcement has said, which is not a whole lot. But I do try to go by what they say. You know what I mean? I do. Carrie Starr says at night believes Green Hoodie is the stepsister, but I don't know. I heard rumors KP was starting with the cop's son too now. I'm not sure. Yeah, I never heard about that partying with him, or I didn't know he was an older kid. That's kind of strange if that's the truth. James Coover says, well, if Ellie had talked to Green Hoodie, then it could not have been the stepsister since she had passed before. That's right. Yes, exactly, James. And that's why I think that, because I'm trying to stay on path with what they're saying. Excuse me, just because, obviously, how do I say it? If I'm going to be like, okay, we need to trust them on this, or listen to what they say on this, and then I go to another thing and I'm like, okay, we got to listen to what they say on this. But if I say listen to what they say here, don't listen over here, it's kind of contradictory, right? So I am trying to stick with whatever they put out, especially when it's in a press release like they did with the Green Hoodie. But it is still an odd interaction. I can't lie. Princess Buttercup says, I don't know, money talks, sad but true. Number one reason of corruption and crimes, in my opinion. That is, I agree with that. I agree with that. I do. Carrie Starr says, he looks like Green Hoodie too. I'll email you those pics later on. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah. That one guy looks a lot like him. I can even email you that picture too. And it might be the same person, but I mean, really uncanny resemblance. And again, there's people that look like other people, right? So it's really difficult to even tell at that point as well. And Sasha says, CP said in an interview with Terry Lynch, she asked if Sebastian had been to church, and he said yes, like the playroom. Yeah, so yes. So he said, well, and he also said that to Smiley Stories World, which was the same night. Um He just got on there to play. Oh, thank you, Mally Cat, for gifting a membership. Oh, make sure if you get a membership from Mally Cat, you say thank you and welcome to the Freebirds, guys. Um, yes, Slim Shady, she did. Stepsister passed November 2024 and most likely had interviewed earlier in the investigation. Well, they came out in the press release and said they interviewed her, interviewed the green hoodie person in December. So yeah, it's just, it wouldn't be possible then, you know. Oh, the analyst. I don't think so. No, I don't think so, Sasha. But you know, I mean, Love Horses says, are we talking about the church they go to? If, yeah, the Freedom Church in Gallatin. If so, after researching it, I will take my chances with devil himself before going there. Yeah, apparently there was a lot to them kind of thinking they could do certain things to exercise a person. I heard about that with disabilities, and I just don't get that. And James Cooper says, that's why I asked if anyone found out who Green Hoodie was, since she could not, since she couldn't be the stepsister. Right. Yeah, James. I'm not sure. They did not ID Green Hoodie, you know, which I understand that. Sasha says the woman in the fire died in the home. Oh no, that's terrible. CP has family in Oregon. Okay, okay, I didn't know that either. Family. And I mean, that would explain a lot. That would explain a lot. Yeah, they know that's true, prayer warrior. They just never, you know, did anything publicly. I think it's weird that they didn't interview people right off the bat from the Texas Roadhouse. That's just my opinion, especially when you look at the videos and there are some ominous things going on, no doubt, you know. Oh, the fire was back in April, Sasha. Okay. In my opinion, it was CP's mom, and KP. Terry, sorry, I heard that. Oh, thank you, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. For some reason, we are very, very close. I just can't put my fingers on it. Can't put my finger on it. Yeah, I think so too. I think we're really, really close to finding some more really good information. And it is frustrating, Robini. It is frustrating. I agree. I agree. It's just like putting those side by side together. It just, I was like, how come this just can't be him? You know, it would be a miracle. You Can't See Me says, in my opinion, LE lied to us about Green Hoodie because they need to keep the case protected. That is very possible. Something happened, like either there was like a rug deal, some kind of handoff keys. I don't know. There's something with Green Hoodie, in my opinion. You know, it really is. Not pushing narratives. It's only our opinions and theories, which are different. Yeah, and they're going to be, guys. I really do believe that. It's just like I hearted that comment earlier where the person was like, well, I think that Seth and Chris did it, you know, and Katie didn't really know, but she's just as bad as they are, and kind of thing, you know, because that is their opinion. They weren't being disrespectful or rude. They were just saying what they think happened, right? And so I have to be really careful with that. Because I want you guys to share your opinions, you know. It's just like our friend Maleficent when she was in here the other night, and I'm just guessing that this is a woman, so I'm sorry if you're not. But that person was very respectful and just asked me, you know, questions about some of the things that my opinions were in my comments, and I appreciate that, you know, because I want that open communication rather than shutting people down because it's something that I don't agree with, right? As long as it's respectful and it's not like, well, I think, you know, this person, you know, is a red rummer, or this, you know, this person is this. I try to be, just allow that kind of communication and the differences of opinions, you know, especially when somebody's willing to tell me why they think that. And they did tell me why they think that, you know, and because so that way I can get a deeper understanding when I go to reply back to them, you know. That way I could say, well, I believe it I believe this to be true because of this. And that's just a healthy conversation, right? And if I shut it down and erase the comment or something like that, it doesn't help. It's not sparking new ideas. It's me keeping the same ideas that I have in my head the same, which I don't always think that that's the best thing. You know, stand for what you believe in, but be open minded. And the analyst says there's a screenshot in the Texas Roadhouse that looks too like KP's mom, in my opinion. Well, and I thought the green hoodie did resemble some people in Katie's family. You know, in my opinion. Yeah, Sasha says that's really interesting. I would like to know if the fire lady is the same person. Yeah, I would like to know too. It is very frustrating. Hey, Jude. Vic says weird. LE said they interviewed her in December and she supposedly, yeah, but it's not the same person, Vic. It's not the same person. It's a different person. It does, doesn't it? Doesn't Adam Forever 21 says Holy Batman? It does it does resemble him. Yeah, it looks like Sebastian. It really does. Why don't they separate them and see how the stories come out without them being Velcroed together? Yeah, I don't know why they haven't been a little bit more aggressive with it. You know, I'm not saying like, you know, put them under a light, don't give them any food or water, you know, anything like that. But it would be nice to get a little bit more answers from the one that was there. And this is just like a quick little thumbnail that I created, guys, so you can kind of look at that too. Yes, so true. They look like doppelganger Sebastian has so far. Yeah, I mean, really, really does. That's what I was saying. You know, possible lead, doppelganger. Hey, Kaika, good to see you. Thank you so much, Mally Cat. Oh my goodness, you're such a sweetheart. I really appreciate you. Slim Shady's a troll and has to go bye-bye. Oh no, Slim Shady was trolling. Oh no, thanks guys. Thank you. Thanks guys. I can't read every single comment. I really do try to read all of your comments, guys. I really do, because you know, your opinions mean a lot to me. I really do want to know about them. And it really helps us, you know, spark new ideas. So, but yeah, not if we're trolling and rolling. I don't know. You can't be trolling and hating. Okay, no trolling and hating. Like I said, all opinions we can discuss, but just don't be hateful. And don't be mean to the host here, because then I'll just block you myself. And Anne says that there was one home here that was doing something like that, cremated people, and they got caught doing it. Oh no, and had to close. Oh gosh, really? And they closed it up? Oh my goodness. Oh, Anne, isn't that terrible? People be doing some weird things. Looks a lot like Sebastian, that's for sure. It really does. It really does. And I even did like a little enhancement on that middle photo, just to kind of see if I couldn't get some more features of his in. It really does. It resembles him a lot. His gait, it resembles his build. His facial features are a lot alike. I just think that this kiddo is a little younger than Sebastian, younger doppelganger, if you will. And Carrie Starr says maybe that's why CP and his family treated Sebastian so terribly. Some people take their religion very seriously and they're just mean. Yeah, and Carrie, there are a lot of people out there too that just have that very archaic way of looking at life. Like sometimes people don't think that people with special needs are of value to society. It's a horrible concept, but and unfortunately that's how people think, some of them. And then to think that you could exercise a child that has special needs and take some kind of a demon out of them, when that's not what the problem is. They just need extra help and therapy. That's it. It's very strange, and I don't like any of that like yucky stuff. Vic said, because I don't believe that's what God is, because the God that I know is the one that would go and send his only son down to preach to people who were in dire straits, who were not the greatest people, but that's why Jesus was trying to get them to have God in their heart and things like that. So to me, I think that, the God that I worship is a God of love, not of hatred and casting out nasty stuff like that, and doing that sort of stuff is not who I worship. And Vic says, was that video possible sighting sent to Seth? I can't send it to him, but I did send it to Dog, and they confirmed that they got it. And Sasha says they just interviewed Green Hoodie in December and she's already gone. I don't know what happened to Green Hoodie, but that they did allegedly, allegedly, in my opinion, according to what they put out, got the right person and interviewed them. So, oh, see, Kaika, we were talking about that earlier a little bit, about it possibly being Cece, and I haven't seen Cece's son. I didn't know that Katie was hanging out with kids from the neighborhood and stuff. And like, by kids from the neighborhood, I mean kids that are like a lot younger than her that she had no business hanging out with, in my opinion. I don't know. That's weird. Adam Forever 21 says, yeah, not many kids at that age wear that costume unless it's part of their personality and age. Right. And I was thinking, he could be on the spectrum, this young man. He could be a big fan of that, and maybe that's just what he was wearing during the storm, and all of a sudden, the storm came and that's what he was wearing. So, yes. And Smiley also sent it in. There's a lot of people that sent it in, guys. A lot of people did. So that's wonderful. That's all of us working together and trying to get answers and reporting it in. That's what we got to do. And honestly, and I hate to say it this way because, I feel like Seth deserves to know, Katie deserves to know. But at the end of the day, law enforcement is the one that's going to be able to go and really identify who this person is. If it, is somebody that resembles Sebastian, they're the only ones. Because even when Seth had the sighting at Grandfather Mountain, he hopped in his truck and he was going down there to see if that was his son, but the police weren't allowing him to look at any of the footage or anything because they didn't want him to, like, say, catch a license plate number, and in his effort, to be a good father like he is, like any parent would do, to go directly to wherever their kid is and go retrieve their son, and that would go for any of us. If we saw where our kid was and we knew that they, were someplace, we'd go get them, right? And so law enforcement knows that, and they try to prevent that, so that way everybody stays safe. The child, the people who have him, if they did, weren't tipped off. It's a very delicate dance that the police have to do in a situation where there's an abduction and the child is still alive, because there could be a situation where somebody panics and takes the child's life, and that's the most unfortunate and sad and situation, but it is something that they have to consider when just being careful with who they're telling and how they're going to do it, how they're going to go rescue that kiddo. That church believes people with autism have demons allegedly. Yeah, that's what I hear, Robini, and it's weird. I just don't like that at all. I couldn't get down with that. That would be something that I'd be like, you guys need to do your research, because that's so far from the truth. If anything, I think that God made them special for a reason. He made us all special for a reason. He gave us all a purpose, but it's just different. If you know somebody with this who's on the spectrum or who has special needs, it's kind of like you kind of understand more, and maybe they need to go volunteer. That's all I gotta say. Go volunteer. Do something good for humanity, especially if you're a church, for crying out loud. Carrie Starr says, as soon as social media connected the Stepfoots to second generation construction and the landfill right beside it went up in flames last April. I do remember that too. I do remember that, Carrie, about the landfill. Yeah, going up in flames last April. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I mean, I didn't know what to think of that. I still think it's fishy. You know, they just interviewed Green Hoodie in December. Wow, that's sad. And then she died. How? Well, the Green Hoodie allegedly did not pass away, but it was again, you know, somebody who looked like Chris's family member who passed away in November, and then everyone's like, well, you know, it can't be that person because that person passed in November, and um, the law enforcement officers said that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said that they interviewed Green Hoodie in December. The analyst says if we only see a clear, or if we only seen a clear of his ear, that we have a match in your BG. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, those the ears look very, very similar. I mean, especially in the middle one, you know, where you can kind of look and see a little bit better in that one. Sonny Weatherford immediately passed. Green Hoodie immediately passed. Yeah. Stepsis dies. Wow. Okay. I know. I mean, it's strange. It is. Good night, couponing. Thank you for being here, Super Sleuth. And Kaika says getting stuff off so they can stay awake all night in energy for their evil plot plan. You know, I mean, I wouldn't put it past. I will say that I thought that Katie looked highly drugged in the Nancy Grace interview. That was my opinion. Same thing with Chris. They look like they took something to sedate themselves. They really did. Aw, Adam Forever 21 hugs to you guys. And James says, and wonder what happened when it drew attention to KP's and Sebastian's direction that made them look. Well, everybody looked, you know, the yellow jacket and the guy with the black hoodie, they all looked over in that direction. And Sebastian was watching like a hawk. Like, what is going on with my mom, you know? I do too, Vic. I wonder what he thinks. I really do. I hope he's all right. Yeah, he was. He was in the chat last night. He came by and he said thank you, and then he's for us talking about Sebastian, and then he also said that he just wants to take him swimming again. Good night. You can't see me. I'm right behind you. I am, because I'm going to be working on a good video for you guys tonight. And hopefully I can get it up and ready by tomorrow. I can't make too many promises. I also need to get the 27 pages read for our book, right? For Jana's book on her sister, Crystal McCrory Jones. So I'll be working on that. Yeah, I think you're right, Carrie. Yeah, we won't know who Green Hoodie is until the trial. I could definitely get on board with that. And Vic says my brain is preoccupied most of the time. Hey, Jude. Oh, Vic, you're good. No, it's a valid question. And a lot of people have asked me that tonight, too. Nathan says, agreed, Sasha. This case, I don't believe anything Ellie says. It's very hard to, Nathan. And you know why? They can lie to us. They can lie to us. And it's no harm, no foul. But we cannot lie to them, so I'd be worried if I was the feet. James says, I would really love to hear everyone's opinions and theories to just see how many are so close, if not the exact same. It would be very interesting since myself having a few different theories. Yeah, I agree, James. That's why I like to hear other people's theories, as long as they're not trolling, you know, and hating, riding dirty in these chats. And Carrie Starr says, KP lawyered up and pled the 5th with LE around October, so they are now unable to question her without her lawyer present or anything now that they should have went hard on her right away. Exactly. And, you know, they didn't. They were operating off of the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and that was the worst thing they could have done. I know, it would be so wonderful, Vic, it would. Um, no, they never said, Ellie never said that Green Hoodie passed away. As a matter of fact, they never really did ID her. All they did was say that it was a woman, not a man, because we thought it was a man at first. Yeah, we just know that's right, Robini. We just know that that CP's sister passed away, and that she did bear a resemblance to Green Hoodie, but it wasn't the same person as far as we know. Um, and Kaika says that Doppelganger, even wearing the same type of clothes Sebastian would wear too. I know, and that's another reason that, caught my eye too, the green, right? And it looks like, kind of a ninja style outfit. I did, Analyst, I did, and I thought you were in here earlier. I did mention it earlier. One second here while I pull it back up. Oh, okay. I just got one from Trooper's Mom again, too, and Prayer Warrior. Thanks, guys. Here's some colleges. I do believe it's him. Okay. Oh, North Carolina sighting. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Analyst. Thank you so much. Oh, this is a good view of this. I'm just now. Let me take this down. Here's that Scotch Drive, guys. And he was probably going someplace close, in the neighborhood. And like I said, it's very common for if there's like a big tornado or a storm for everybody to come out afterwards and kind of like walk the neighborhood and that sort of thing. Funtuski says Sebastian color is green and the turtle one is green, orange, red, and blue, and I can only remember 2 of the names. Oh yeah, the Ninja Turtles. Yeah, Funtuski. So Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo are the Ninja Turtles, and they wear orange, red, green, and blue. That's true. Or orange, red, green, and blue. And then yeah. But I mean, I'm not convinced that it is a Ninja Turtle costume. I think it might be one from Naruto. I'm kind of up in the air on that one too, but I'm leaning more towards the Naruto character. Nathan says Ellie is not taking this seriously. Evidently, people are calling in tips and they're being ignored by Sumner County. I don't send anything over to them. I send it to the TBI, but even the TBI never confirmed that they received anything. The only people that have ever confirmed that they received anything about Sebastian Rogers' case is Dog's Team. That's why people would rather send, that's why when a lot of the hate channels were saying things like, well, why is Dog putting, out a tip line and email line, for email for tips and all of this stuff, it's because they're not taking it seriously, in my opinion. Law enforcement is taking too long to get to these leads. They're not having a swift response like we're seeing with the at night private intelligence. And so that's why people are sending them things, because you're not getting a response back from the TBI. They're not telling you, hey, I got this. Thank you so much for letting us know. Nothing like that. And if there's only one detective working his case, I think that they could take the time to even have a canned response in your email, right? You can put canned responses in there, and all you have to do is click that one button and send it off and be like, thank you for the information. It's not difficult to have proper communication. That's where I see another fail, and I do see that, I do. Unfortunately, I believe in praising when people are deserving of it, and I believe in, saying, hey, you need to do better when people are deserving of it. So that's just my opinion. It is it is culty. It's super culty, Vic. It is for sure. And Carrie says, I can't believe in miracle, or I can see believing in miracles. God can heal people in miraculous ways and has done so. I'm with you on that. Yeah, Carrie. And our friend Megan Els was really, spreading hope around a lot too. And that's one thing that Seth asks of us too, is to just be hopeful. Yours are very similar. Yes, Sasha. Seth gets everything dog receives. He did say that himself. Okay, thank you, Carrie. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, I know that they're good about communicating with Seth, and I trust them to do that. Princess Buttercup says, Amen, Lady Freedom. God is a loving God, and just have to know and believe it's the devil that's the liar and makes us think otherwise. I believe that. I believe that, Princess Buttercup. I do. Thank you. And James says, sounded more like a cult than it does a church, which I had an uncle that was taken into a cult and was brainwashed and was never the same after. Oh, I'm so sorry, James. Yeah, cults are hardcore, right? Even our friend Lil Redo is going to be doing a series on Charlie Manson. And, he got people brainwashed enough to take other people's lives and terrorize other people, write pig on the wall. I mean, just terrible, terrible, terrible things. um, you know, they're never a good situation. There's never, no such thing as like a utopian society where everything's perfect. It just never works. And then when we have these people, and a lot of them are hurting little kids, and all these wives, and you had like David Koresh, and just terrible. And Nathan says, I think CP and KP are looking for any kind of distraction right now, including the false hope that Sebastian is alive. That could very well be. And I think that they're looking to pass things off, like it wasn't us. It could be this, though. It could be that. I agree with that. Yeah, I thought, yeah, I know I'm Christian, don't want to be caught there. Yeah, exactly. Love horses. Exactly. That's not a Christian mindset, in my opinion. That's just hiding behind saying you're Christian when you don't even really have the Christian beliefs, in my opinion. Princess Buttercup says we all have free will, and to do harm or not. That's why so much evil and deception in this world, in my opinion, not good enough. So when you find good, stand with it. That's so true. That is so true. And stand up for things. It's hard to do that, but I think that if we all do that just a little bit, we can help combat some of it. It was just like someone said in the comments of my video earlier. They were talking about how people can be so very, very hateful, and more people need to report these people that are being hateful when they see it. So if people are bullying, see something, say something, right? It goes the same for that too. And it really made me think. I replied back and I just said, with the demographic and the people that we are seeing in the true crime community, it's no wonder that there's such bad bullying in the school systems. Why all these kids are going to school bullying other people is because they see their parents and their grandparents bullying people online all the time, and they're going in and they're bullying their classmates. If the parents and the grandparents are doing it, because my demographic, there is no one under the age of 40 that watches me. The hate channels, those are all old people, older people. We're not young people. We're in our 40s, 50s, 60s. We've lived on this planet for that long, for 40 years, right? At the very least. So when you think about that, and you think that your kids aren't watching what you're doing, and going after what you're doing, and modeling your behaviors, that's why we see all of this stuff going on so bad in schools, is because the parents are doing it. They're seeing their grandparents doing it. And then also you have the people that love to watch it, and that will give that garbage views and clicks and likes and money, and so it's just a really vicious cycle. But it just makes me wonder, like, I mean, that's exactly what it is. Nobody's reporting it. They're just sitting there liking it and clicking it and giving a super chat. Good job, way to bully. Grow up. Do better. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry, guys, but I mean, it just reminded me of that. It's just like, if That's why it's so bad, is because nobody stands up against it. Nobody reports it. They just sit there and laugh and think it's funny. At least it's not me. And it's like it's horrible. It's horrible. And it's just to the point where people oh, hey Rogue, welcome back. It's just to the point where people, they'll be like pointing the finger like, shame, you shouldn't do that, but then they're sitting there, right along with it. It's more than hypocritical. And then they say, I don't know why my kid's a bully. I don't know why my kid is so upset because they're coming home and they're being bullied by other kids. It's because they're seeing it at home, their parents bullying other people constantly. So why wouldn't they turn out to be a bully? Of course they are. They don't have any type of moral compass. Carrie says CC's son is an adult, but way younger than KP. And the citing CP did say Sebastian wanted to be a ninja, and then the kid has a ninja costume on. I know, that's weird. That is really weird. That is really, really weird, Carrie. Well, I see what you're saying. So he's old enough. Cece's son is an adult. He's old enough to kind of hang out with whoever he wants to, but probably like too young to hang out with Katie. Well, and that's another big sign of immaturity, right? Like that you would even want to hang out with somebody that's that much younger than you. Arguably, there's sometimes where you kind of like, I like younger kids' energies. I like to watch them, like with the spring breakers. Like, I'm like, that's so much fun. Look at them having a blast. There was a few at the beach when we went the other day, and they were just dancing around, having a good old time, and stuff like that. But I'm not going to go over there and be like, oh, can I join you? Because I'm like, I feel like I'm too old for that. Definitely that level of partying too. But sometimes people are like, hey, I'm only as old as I feel and stuff like that. So that's not always a bad thing. It's just kind of awkward. I don't know. To me, that I wouldn't be hanging out with my neighbor's son doing partying, Nathan says, don't fall for the distraction. And that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And we've seen nothing but distractions in this case. There's been so many distractions, people trying to make it about them, about their channel, about taking down flyers, about threatening people. You better get out of my town. You don't belong in my subdivision. Quit putting up flyers and yard signs and stuff like that. There's been a very deep level of intimidation tactics, in my opinion, in this case, which is very strange. It's not totally new, but it's just something that's just very shocking and off-putting to see, especially when who really matters is Sebastian, and then all the other missing kids that are out there. And Nathan says Sebastian was unalive between 9:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Well, and I kind of lean a little bit more towards like the 12 to 12:30 range, and it's just because of what Chris has said. Just kind of going back to what he said to Nina. But that could very well be because that was kind of during that phone conversation, right, with Chris and Katie. So I can see that. I can see that, And Rogue says, Nathan, you couldn't be more right. Tony Fire says, you guys, all the hoodies and people is just a deflection from the true issue. CP had a plan. He is the one that drove up and down the Texas Roadhouse Road. He is the one in the 3 a.m. video with his family connection car, in my opinion. I do believe that, Tony. I do believe that there are a lot of distractions and a deflection from that, because I do believe that the 3 a.m. flashlight video is the key. I really do. I believe that is the key evidence. It's the key to what happened. It's the most logical explanation. Princess Buttercup says it could very well be a distraction, Nathan, but hope it's not, but very well could be. Who knows? Only time will tell. And that is very true. That is very true. I know that we're supposed to be looking a lot in the green hoodie. And then, of course, I think the yellow jacket guy is very suspicious. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I've compared other photos of Sebastian, and Sebastian's features are more manly than this kid, in my opinion. Yes, that's my main thing with that, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I really believe that this child's younger, but does resemble him quite a bit. Yeah, Nathan, that's possible. I've sincerely considered an earlier timeline. Okay, yeah, so Sasha thinks it's an earlier timeline. Carrie Starr says, I truly believe LE has known from day 2 who the 3 a.m. car in flashlight video belongs to. Otherwise, they would put the description in the Amber Alert. I think they wanted to keep people talking. Yeah, and I think that they also just wanted to keep that information close to the vest. I do, Vic. Weird, though, a kid walking out in PJs when there's going to be a storm coming. Yeah, well, see, and this was after the storm. And the kid was alone. Yeah, someone else said that earlier too, Vic. Yeah, so this was after the storm, and I was thinking maybe they were in their pajamas and then they came out, because I was thinking they might be pajamas too, or a costume. Excuse me. I agree, Sasha. I think earlier is possible. Yeah, I mean, it's a very big possibility. I mean, something happened between the time they got home around 7 to the time that Katie woke Sebastian up at 6 a.m., right? You know, the rat, yes, Splinter, Funtuski, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo, the rat, the girl, April O'Neil. Yeah, been a very long time. My boys were young. Yeah, and see, I only remember because I was a kid and I was like, I loved the Ninja Turtles. I liked Michelangelo the best. And that's because he was the crazy one. Carrie Starr, and of course try to get him back safe. Yes, exactly. And that's all we're really hoping for, right? I mean, I think this video did bring a lot of hope to people. It's hard to watch, but I mean, if it is him, it is, right? If it's not, it's not, but at least we're tracking down every single lead we can. That's the biggest thing we can do. Robini says, can we see that lady that walked by the just before the kid? Maybe she was with him but ahead of him. Yeah, I saw that person walk by, Robini. I could play it again. I don't know that, I think because I cropped a lot of it though. I cropped it out, I think, because I was trying to just focus on Sebastian, or who we think might be Sebastian. Yeah, see, I cropped it out here. Yeah, Sasha, it seemed like they are have buzz on alcohol a lot. Nathan says, I have no faith Sumner County did anything right in this case. And, you know, that could very well be. I think they really botched the investigation to begin with. And I hope they're doing better. Oh, really? Your grandson has a Ninja Turtle costume like that? Aw, James, that's cute. Well, she might have bought some Mary Jane. You know, I was thinking more along the lines of something harder, though, Sasha. Robini says they searched 3 landfills, I believe. Yes. Aw, momming it up. Thank you so much. Crystal deserves justice. Thank you for bringing her story to us. Aw, thank you, Mommin. I really appreciate you. Yes. And I'm going to get to reading on that, too, so I can get it out. That way you guys can hear the next part of the story. And James says this and on the shoulder was the sensei. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, sensei, Master Splinter. Yeah. You think CP talked about Sebastian being a ninja? Yeah, he did. He says always wanted to be a ninja, and I love seeing him in his ninja costume. It looked like the Naruto costume that he was in, that Chris had in his video. Just so cute. Carrie Starr says, I heard they searched other landfills, but no formal confirmation, and that was a private-owned landfill from what I hear. I did hear that too, Carrie. Why was none?
The Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta. and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of
Now
this
here he
home
comes.
right here.
You'll
I just
see
spoke
him.
with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when
That's
that
the one
tree
lady.
came crashing down into the home.
See, it looks like she's totally separate from him, though. But thank you for making me look at that again, because I could have missed something there. Why was no one asked Chris to account for his time during the time of interest? No interview ever has. Yeah, no, I know, Nathan. I don't understand that either. Yep, the CP Ninja comment. Yeah, he always wanted to be a ninja. Always wanted to be a ninja. He's a real ass. Aw, thank you, Vic. Thank you. Oh yes, Sebastian is a Ninja Turtle. Yeah, and I mean, not to say that he wouldn't be into Ninja Turtles, because he's got, he likes the green, and Vic, she's a Ninja Turtle expert. That's funny. And then there was Casey Jones too. Don't forget Casey Jones. You guys know those turtles. I was obsessed. Cowabunga. That's awesome. Love horses. That's so funny. I was obsessed with the Ninja Turtles. Carrie Star says we definitely need a FBI or U.S. Marshals to come in. I hope Dog's team pressures them to do it, or gets FBI to take over somehow, even if it's an investigation for corruption in Sumner County. Yeah, that's a really good point. And it's awful that they won't just hand it over. It's been a whole year. If you guys can't figure it out, then maybe it's time to invite in the FBI. But I do believe that they've been involved for the at least since the 6-month mark, when they put that newer flyer out. So it's quite confusing. Mama and Up says, I've never heard back from TBI on the 2 things I sent, as I sent it several times out of concern, and it's not being looked at. I get it, they're busy, but just a generic saying, yeah, we received your info, etc. Exactly. Like, how come they can't just make a canned response and click it and send it and be like, thank you so much, we got it, or whatever. No reply, got your stuff. Like, there's ways of doing it. I agree, Mom and Up. And that's the thing, I've encountered that too, because I've tried to send information over and you don't get anything back. But I did get something from Dog's team, so there's that. The analyst. So let me get this straight. Sumner County believed that this absolutely ridiculous story and still does no foul play. Well, Sumner County will be studied, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that they need to be examined. I really do. And that's just for policies and procedures for next time. I know they can't go back on this case, but they need to do it for other people's, Cowabunga dude. Hey, Jude. James Cooper says, someone had said earlier how strange that we seen CP call in to have Laura Lodge kicked off Turtle Island, and then we see this. What is he thinking? I don't understand that man's thought process. I think he does drink and maybe he gets silly. That is a silly thing to do. And that is a drunk dial, right? Is that a drunk dial? I'm guessing it's a drunk dial. I'm gonna call in, I mean, what the hell's wrong with him? Hey, Mitty, good to see you. Yes, I did. Oh, you never did? Oh, maybe if you resend it and ask for a response back, a request for a response, that way you'll know if they got it or not. But yeah, they really prompt. Yeah, I was surprised, because usually you send it into. They were very prompt. It seems a lot of you don't hear back from TBI. Yeah, it's weird. Mom and Up says not TBI. I'm talking Sumner County. Oh, gotcha. Thank you for clarifying, Mom. And I mean to go to TBI as well because I don't know what's happening with Sumner County Sheriff's Department. Well, and TBI they don't respond back. They didn't to me anyway. Yeah, see, there you go. Hey, Jude. Yes. Yeah, and they did a good job. I was very pleased with their response. Just letting me know. It's not like they got to tell me what's the outcome is. I just want to know they got it, which is nice of them. Princess Buttercup said, and CP called into Turtle Island voting off Lore Lodge just because, yeah, because because Lore Lodge knows CPKP are sus, and CP loves the hate channel sus. Not citing you're right, Sasha. It's just very weird, the Ninja Turtle. Well, and that's the thing they do. They love the hate channels. They don't mind calling into them anytime, and the hate channels love the Proud Feet. So it's a win-win for them. I mean, it's weird to all of us. We're like, what step parent does that? What parents do that? If I did a call-in show, which the main reason I don't do a call-in show is because I cover Sebastian's case. But if I did do a call-in show and that asshole called me, I would hang up on him so fast. Like, yeah, no, he wouldn't be. He's not allowed on my he's not allowed on my show and my panel, nothing. Like, he knows that. He's known that for when I only had 200 subscribers. I was like, I would never invite him on my panel or let him on there. Not after what he did to Smiley, not after what he did even to Web Sleuth. Like, Web Sleuth is on their side too, apparently, from a lot of the things I've seen. They're really cozy with SF, and I'm like, even after you were disrespected on your own panel and you're on their side, like, there's something wrong there. There's a major disconnect, in my opinion. Enough money can make somebody do anything. I agree with that, Love Horses. That's what I'm saying. A butt ton of money and somebody would do it. Megan L says we have no reason not to have hope. There isn't anything showing us otherwise. That is very true. And I agree with that. I mean, there's nothing saying that either way, really, right? So we do. I think hope is a good thing. I really do, and I appreciate you spreading hope too. Well, and they could have gotten more evidence too, Sasha, because I mean, what the heck are they doing? Not, getting the proper evidence on all the campers and everything like that, the cars, the not going and checking out the different properties that were free access, that a realtor has access to those homes. And Anna Reynolds says, I believe that God can heal you because my husband has melanoma cancer, stage 5, and he is not supposed to be here today. Oh, Anne, that's so sweet. I'm so glad he is still here. And I know it's because you take such good care of him. So, James says, yes, he was brainwashed to not remembering any of his family members, even the ones that were closest to him. Oh my goodness. See, that is so sad. It's awful how people can get into other people's minds like that. It's like, that's why it's really important to be, strong in mind and, have a healthy mind. Know what to look out for, because people can manipulate easily and they can break your spirits down more easily too, and if you're confident in who you are and what you believe in, it makes it a lot more difficult. Not saying that it can't happen, but it just makes it a lot more difficult. So Nathan says, Anne, that's amazing, wonderful to hear. Amen. And that's awesome, says Hey Jude. Megan Nels, always keep the faith, Mom. And thanks, Mom. And oh, good, Vic. I'm so glad to hear that, honey. You're a rock star, Vic. Thanks, Mitty. Carrie says some churches or so-called churches have ended up being cults, and the scary thing about that area in Tennessee is the Freemasonry, Solomon's Temple, right? I checked due to all the missing children people in Tennessee. Yeah. I've looked into a lot, and now not specifically into Tennessee, but into secret societies, and it's very interesting, guys. If you guys want me to deep dive on secret societies, I can do that. There's a lot of really great books I can recommend. but it would take me a little bit of time to kind of put that together, but I wouldn't be opposed to doing something like that because it's very interesting to me, and I did research on it probably a decade ago. So it's been a long time, but I would love to do something like that if you all are on board with it. Hey Jude says we have a lot of old bullies. Damn hags. They're old hags and they're bullying people left and right. Hey Jude, what's up with that? No, but it just made me think of that earlier. I was just like, Princess Buttercup says you expose darkness and not be a part of it. Stand up for what's right. Yes, Princess Buttercup, thank you. Yeah, it just made me think earlier. I was like, well, no wonder we have so much crap going on with these kids. These kids think it's okay to bully each other. Well, they're seeing the adults do it, and they're, and then they're, grandparents age people doing it. I'm like, what the heck? Like it's weird. Hey, Pate Alley. Pate says Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, orange sash. Yeah, Michelangelo, red sash, Raphael, blue sash, Donatello. Can't remember the other one. Purple. Yep, purple one. And Sasha says, well, bottom line, I need the cousin and the stepbrother and the uncle names. Oh, good. Sasha's on a mission over here. She's like, I got to get these people. Nathan says the problem with YouTube creators is when they form relationships with the person of interest, then that's when their channels go off the rails and lose all credibility. Oh, that's a good point, Nathan. I didn't think about it like that. So that's a really good point. Yeah, because they're closely involved. Yeah. I know. I couldn't believe the way that Chris had acted. So I just, threw me off. Hey, Jude. That's so cute. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Yes. Sasha. Mama and Up says Ann Reynolds, absolutely agree with you. So happy to hear. Social media is driving young people from their parents. Watch Netflix show Adolescent. Ooh, I will, Little Sharon. I will. Well, or it reminds me of that one gal. I forget what her name was, but she kept telling this young man that she was kind of like in an internet relationship with to unalive himself and do it. And she got in trouble for it because he did do it and he ended up taking his own life. It's just so sad, guys. It's just so sad because, real life isn't the internet and the internet isn't real life. I call it La La Land. I just call it La La Land. But, it should be a safe place for people. I hope they're on their way now to see this. Yeah, child, holy cow. I know. I hope so too. Adam Forever 21. I really do. I would think they would. But yeah, it sure is. Hey Jude. Mom and Up says Lady Freedom 100%. No one reports it, and then the bullying cycle is repeated in the schools, etc. Yeah, because they don't know any different. Like they're seeing their parents doing it, and so it just made me think of my demographic because I was like, I can get that if it was like I'm dealing with like a bunch of like 20-something-year-old kids that haven't really realized that it's they haven't grown up. They're still immature, but that's not the case. We're dealing with people who are very well over the age of, some people being on the planet for 50 years, some people being on the planet for 60, 70 years, and they're just as spry as they were in high school, or grade school. It's it's wild. KJ Max says, greetings all. Hey, KJ, good to see you. I guarantee you 100% when all this is said and done, a guy named Danny will be in cuffs. I don't know, Sasha, I will put you down though I'll put a tally mark next to Danny for you. I know it's hard. It's so hard with all these people involved. Lil Miss Sharon says bullying is absolute nightmare for everyone. It is because those people don't stop. They take such joy in it. They just love it. It's their thing. It's pulling you into the bucket of crabs, and if you try to get out, they're trying to grab you back in again. I hope it is too, Vic. I do. I don't know what Stepfoot's middle name is. Yeah, two of the Dannys are stepbrothers and cousin. I know they work in the case. We have trustworthy searcher with high flying drone. Ooh, yeah, drones are always so helpful. Just like Candace and Hunter, they're doing more than just hanging out. Uh-oh. Candace and Hunter were pretty cozy, guys. Nathan seems seems that way, Vic, the creator. Green Hoodie is normally pretty sound, but he talked to Chris on the phone, and ever since then, he can't see the Sebastian case objectively. Yeah, and see, I don't know. That's one thing, I might consider doing a phone call, recorded, of course, and everything like that. But I don't think he would ever be able to convince me that he was a nice person or that he was good to Sebastian. I mean, I would have some very pointed questions for him, that were pre-prepared. I would be prepared for it and everything like that. But yeah, I don't think I would ever be able to not be objective about it, just because I don't know. I kind of know how he is, just because I've dealt with somebody like that before. So it would just be really, really hard for me to ever be like, oh yeah, Chris, I see it your way. I mean, there may be some things that I would be able to concur or concede the point on, of course. I mean, that I wouldn't doubt that part, but I think it's yeah, Little Miss Sharon, I wish YouTube would be better policed about what content creators say about each other. Well, it's just, I mean, there's just some things that go really overboard, like just the threatening nature of things like that. And then just the things that people will do like behind the scenes. Like, you guys wouldn't even believe some of the stuff that I've received, been signed up for. Just so many like weird things that only like complete cretins would do. Like, no normal, good-hearted person that is caring, compassionate, loving would ever do the things that these people are doing. Like, you guys wouldn't even like. Some days I look at my phone and I think, oh, do I want to open these messages? Because there's probably going to be something weird from somebody's roommate in there or something weird. And you guys know who the heck you are on that one. And it gets to the point where you're like, these people are disgusting. Is there a pretty big lag in the chat? I just on my end. Oh no, I'm probably just reading through too many of these. Sasha was joking. Chris Midley. Demon. Oh no, that I can believe. You have a very healthy channel. You have been here past few days. Thanks for being respectful. Oh yeah, thanks Nathan. Thank you. Yeah, and I want to make it about the victims of crimes, right? And finding them, or finding out what happened to them, or just telling their story, just like another one is little Harmony Montgomery, because she hasn't been found yet. I think about her all the time, and I think about how I would love to hear that they found her, and gave her back to her mom so her mom could put her to rest. And then maybe the little bit of the ornery, rotten side of me wants, Adam Montgomery to know, like, hey, we did find her, by the way. But to me, that's more like coming from a place of justice. Like, hey, look, you said that we weren't going to find her, but we did. I don't, wish anything bad really for Adam. I already know his life is bad. He's in prison. He's been convicted of taking his daughter's life, and we can say that because he has been convicted. But in the same way, it's like there's just so many little ones out there that need their story told. There's even people like our friend Crystal. I believe that her husband took her life, and I believe that there was a bad investigation, and I don't believe it was adequate. Thanks. Hey Jude, I know I'm bad and good at it, because I like to hear what all you guys like to have to say. Michelle says there's a white guy walking ahead of of this boy. Looked like he was following behind him. See, I didn't see anybody like that, Michelle, in the footage I just showed. Gray pubes. Princess Buttercup, he annoyed me that day too, because he was like, oh, I got the wooden spoon, and I got this, and I got that, and I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. We're in a different time, and then your mother hitting you is not the same as a man hitting somebody, right? Because his mother is a woman and a man, and Chris is a man. So that's no comparison right there. Bad example, bad analogy, in my opinion. Yeah, his gait was a little bit different. I agree. Little Miss Sharon. I did notice that. There were certain instances where I was like, it looks like the same. And then, um, and Carrie says, wow, he even holds his right arm like Sebastian, same as the kid in the Black Mountain picture. Yeah, see, and those are the things I look for too, Carrie, is like those mannerisms, right? Like the little nuances that only you would see somebody do, because we all have them. There's certain little things that I do that are unique to my personality, or kind of just who I am. Same thing with Sebastian, everybody has that. There's a guy walking ahead. See, I didn't see that. The Analyst is a new station in Missouri. Yeah, Channel 5, KBSD. KBSKD. Did I get that right? I had it written down. But I did put it in the description of the main one. For a younger man walking on the ball of his foot, heels. Yes, checking out damage done in the neighborhood. Yeah, he kind of had that kind of a little bit of the gait. I did notice that, but not spot on, not spot on. Mine has always been too. I don't know why. Detroit says coincidence. I know. There's so many of them. There's so many coincidences, guys. I'm just going to kind of go back up here. KJ Max says, from the start, we all packed up on how flippant CP was about Sebastian's disappearance. I mean, it was just something that was just so hard not to miss, right? I really believe that. He was off at the Texas Roadhouse, Seth said. Yeah, I do remember that, Raw Beanie. That's a good point. That is a good point. Kaika says KP was in the middle of a crisis. Midlife crisis, age in life, don't forget, and all about losing weight and fixing her teeth, improving herself. Not Sebastian. That's why you would not put it past KP being a P like her mom sis. Well, and she was allowing Sebastian to be around it. I mean, I can't deny that. And that was very upsetting. There were so many people that were like outraged by that, and they should be. That's important. That is one thing that we all got to stand together on, right? Law enforcement says this person is a tier 3 SO. This person should not be around kids. And we know that what happened was horrific. Nobody deserves that, right? And then you allow a child to be around, you should be in trouble for that. That's just my opinion. I don't know how she didn't get in trouble for that. She probably got out of it somehow, but maybe she said she was sorry, maybe, but it sounds to me, the way I perceived it was that that was the last straw for her. So Seth said that she was upset about that whole situation, when really in reality, she should have been upset with herself. Like, yeah, that was a bad call. I shouldn't have done that. And sometimes, you have a trauma bond with people. So, I mean, I get that part, but, no, Seth did the right thing in that regard. From the start, we all picked up on how flippant. Yes, KJ Mack. They refused to fill out the paperwork for us marshals to come in and help search at night, sent it to them and said that they'll make sure they got it to who it needed to get sent to, but nope. See, and that is so frustrating. That is so, Nero V, good to see you, Nero V. FBI has a tick. Let's see, guys. Let me see. No doubt, Sasha. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. His drunk and attention seeker and troublemaker. He is. CP is. Oh, definitely, Kaga. That's the only reason he would do something like that, right? Is be calling into these shows on Turtle Island night. Like, why wouldn't you call in there when he's talking about your son? How's that for you? You ever occur to you to talk about Sebastian, or are you just worried about voting off the Lore Lodge? He never picks on anybody his own size, by the way. He's always picking on, like, guys like Lore Lodge who are young guys. He likes to pick on women. Oh boy, I'm really behind in the chat. Let's go up a little bit. I'll read some of these. But it's always somebody smaller and than he is, you know? Although I think that if the lore lads were on with Chris, they would probably wipe the floor with him intellectually. You know, if it was just, say, brown-haired Aiden versus CP, you know, or even blonde Aiden versus CP, I think their intelligence would trump his. That's just my opinion. With a girl from wealthy California family who was sent to one for all high school years, she was absolutely traumatized by it. Oh, I'm sorry, KJ Mack. Alf for short. Night, Nathan. Have a good night, guys. I'm going to be hopping off here too because I've been on for 4, and I want to go ahead and get some of this stuff started for tomorrow's live because I'm working on something really cool for you guys. And I think that you guys will enjoy it. Hey, Butter Biscuit, good to see you. Vic says I'm gonna really pray hard that it is Sebastian. Thank you, Vic. Thank you for praying. I'll be praying with you guys. I really hope something happens soon. Butter Biscuit says it would be great if he was found. I wonder if someone hurt him, if they laugh at it when he was being spotted. You know, I don't know. I don't know. It would be great if he's found, but I don't know. I don't know. It would be nice to see their reactions, to see what their reactions were, though. I agree with you, but I don't know what their reaction is, you know, or if they even see it, because they're too busy at the hate channels that, you know, to really realize what's going on, I think. Yes, we can only pray that Sebastian is with someone who is kinder and he is enjoying life until he is found and can be back with his dad. Excuse me. I agree 100%. Sasha wants to put Danny under the the light. She wants to put Danny under the light. Oh, that's too funny. All right, guys. Well, I love you all so much. Hey, Maleficent, good to see you. I'm doing great, hon. Missed you tonight. Yeah, I was just talking about our conversations. Well, you know how we were agreeing to disagree, so we're a really good example for YouTube in general. Yes, but thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate everybody. Definitely let me know what you think in the comments and I'll try to get back to them. I'm going to answer back some of those tonight, some emails, and then you know, we're just going to keep on trucking along. I really think that this could be you know, a possible sighting. I'm more leaning towards a doppelganger just because I think they're a younger person than Sebastian is, you know. And good night, Mally Cat. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you.